Hello everyone. In the beginning of the class, please pause the video and review the following problems first. After you finish doing the following problems, you can continue the video and I will show you all the solutions in detail. Okay, let's work together for these problems. First problem, 16x squared y to the power 3 minus 24 x to the power 5 times y. First of all, try to take out the greatest common factor. Look at 16 and 24. The largest number we can divide for both numbers is 8. That's the greatest common factor for 16 and 24. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. Then take out the common letters. The common variable here, common letter is x. Lowest power for letter x, lowest power is 2. Letter y is also common. Letter y is also common. And then choose the lowest power for letter y. We have power 3. Letter y by itself, we assume the power is 1. So 3 and 1, lowest power is power 1. If the power is 1, usually we don't write 1. So ax squared y is the greatest common factor. Then, if I pull it out, what's left here? 16 divided by 8 is 2. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I take out x squared, there are no x left. Y to the power 3 means there are 3 y's multiplied together. If I take out 1 y, there are 2 y's left. Y to the power 3 means there are 3 y's multiplied together. If I take out 1 y, another 2 y left here. Next, 24 divided by 8 is 3. X to the power 5 means there are 5x multiplied together. If I take out 2 of them, there are 3 more left here. And there's only 1 y. If I pull out y, there's no y left. So that's the final answer. Next, 15a squared b to the power 4 b to the power 6 c to the power 4 minus 20 a to the power 6 b to the power 3 c to the power 7 plus 10 a to the power 4 b to the power 5 times c. First step, we try to take out the greatest common factor. Find the greatest common factor first. For 15, 20, and 10, the greatest common factor for the numbers is 5. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for all 3 numbers. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide. Next, we choose the common letters, common variable. Letter A is common. For letter A, the lowest power is power 2. Letter B is common. For letter B, the lowest power is power 3. Letter C is common. For letter C, the lowest power is power 1. If the power is 1, we don't write 1. For letter C, lowest power is power 1. If the power is 1, we don't write 1. Then, what's left here? What's left inside the parentheses? Take 15 divided by 5, we get 3. A squared means there are 2 a's multiplied together. If I take out a squared, there's no a left. There are no a left. B to the power 6 means there are 6 b's multiplied together. If I take out 3 of them, there are 3 more left here. C to the power 4 means there are 4 c's multiplied together. If I pull out 1 of them, there are 3 more left here. Second term. 20 divided by 5 is 4. A to the power 6 means there are 6 a's multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, there are 4 more left here. b to the power 3 means there are 3 b's multiplied together. If I pull out 3 of them, there are no b left. c to the power 7 means there are 7 c's multiplied together. If I pull out 1 of them, we have 6 more left here. Plus, last term, 10 divided by 5 is 2. 8 to the power 4 means there are 4 a's multiplied together. If I take out 2 of them, there are 2 more left here. b to the power 5 means there are 5 b's multiplied together. If I pull out 3 of them, there are 2 more left here. And there's only 1 c. If I pull out c, there's no c left. And that's the final answer. Next, negative a x to the power 4 y z to the power 7 plus 6x to the power 3 y to the power of 6. So we try to take out the greatest common factor. Here, try to take out the greatest common factor. Look at number a and number 6. What's the greatest common factor for a and 6? The largest number we're allowed to divide for both numbers. The largest number we're allowed to divide is 2. So 2 is the greatest common factor. Common letter is x. S is common. And for x, choose the lower power. Lowest power for x is power 3. Another common letter is y. Y is also common. They both contain 1. Y is also common. Pull out y. Then for letter y, choose the lowest power. We have power 1, power 6. Lowest power is power 1. Letter z is not common. There's no z in the second term. Yes, z is not common, so don't pull out z. Now, for factoring, there's a rule says if the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. For factoring, there's a rule says if the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. So there's the common factor here. If I pull it outside, what do we have? Negative a divided by negative 2. Double negative is positive. A divided by 2 is 4. X to the power 4 means there are 4x multiplied together. If I pull out 3 of them, there's 1 more left here. There's only 1 y. If I pull out y, there are no y left. And z stays the same. Since I didn't pull out z stays the same. Next term. Take positive 6 divided by negative 2. Positive 6 divided by negative 2. Positive number divided by negative number is negative. 6 divided by 2 is 3. X to the power 3 means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull out all 3 of them, there are no x left. Y to the power 6 means there are 6y multiplied together. If I pull out 1 of them, there are 5 more left here. And that's the final answer. Next one. Negative 14 x to the power 3 y to the power 2 z to the power 4 minus 21 x to the power a times z. So same thing. We try to take out a common factor first. Take out the greatest common factor first. Look at the number first. For 14 and 21, the greatest common factor is 7. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. Since the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. When the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. That's the rule for factoring. When the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. Next, we choose the common letter. X is common letter. S is common. We pick the lowest power. Power 3 and power a. Lowest power is power 3. Letter y is not common. There's no y here. Letter y is not common. Letter z is common. And we choose the lowest power. Lowest power is power 1. What's left inside? Negative 14 divided by negative 7 is positive 2. x to the power 3 means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull it out, there's no more x. If I pull out 3x, there's no more x left. Since I didn't pull out y, so y squared stays the same. G to the power 4 means there are 4 g's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, there are 3 more left here. Next term. Negative 21 divided by negative 7. Negative 21 divided by negative 7, double negative is positive. 21 divided by 7 is 3. X to the power a means there are 8x multiplied together. If I pull out 3 of them, there are 5 more left here. There's only one g. If I pull out g, there's no g left. So that's the final answer. Next. ASY plus 10x minus 12y minus 15. When there are 4 terms, we can try to take out common factor, but for 8, 10, 12, 15, I don't see any common factor for 8, 10, 12, 15, and there's no common letters, so I can't take out common factor. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. In general, when there are 4 or more terms, we try to factor by grouping. So I can group the first 2 terms together and group the last 2 terms together. Then factor each part individually. If I try to factor the first part, ASY plus 10x, take out the common factor. For number 8 and number 10, the common factor is 2. That's the largest number we can divide for both numbers, 8 and 10. That's the largest number we can divide. Then common letter is x. Lowest power is power 1. If I take out 2x, if I pull out 2x, what's left here? 8 divided by 2 is 4. I pull out x, there's no x left. What's left is y. Second term. 10 divided by 2 is 5. There's only one x. If I pull out x, there's nothing left. That's the first half. Second half, for 12 and 15. For 12 and 15, we choose the greatest common factor. For 12 and 15, the greatest common factor is 3. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. Since the leading term is negative, keep negative sign. If I pull out negative 3, what's left here? Negative 12 divided by negative 3 is positive 4. Letter y stays the same. Next term, negative 15 divided by negative 3, double negative is positive. 15 divided by 3 is 5. Now we can see that here. 4x plus 5 is a common factor. 4x plus 5 is a common factor. Sorry, 4y plus 5 is a common factor. 4y plus 5 is a common factor. If I pull out 4y plus 5, if I pull out 4y plus 5, what's left is 2x minus 3. And that's the final answer. Next. For a squared minus 12ab minus ab plus 3b squared. When there are 4 terms and there's no common factor, we group 2 terms together, group the first 2 terms together, and group the last 2 terms together. Then factor each part individually. Look at the first 2 terms. What's the common factor here? For 4 and 12, the greatest common factor is 4. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. And common letter is letter A. Then for common letter, we choose the lowest power. We have power 2 and power 1. Lowest power is power 1. When the power is 1, don't write power 1. So the greatest common factor is 4a. If I pull out 4a, what's left here? 4 divided by 4 is 1. A squared divided by a is a. When the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. 1a is the same as letter a. Next, 12 divided by 4 is 3. There's only 1a. If I pull out a, there's no a left. Letter b stays the same. That's the first half. Second half, take out a common factor. Since there's no number in the front, we don't take out common factor for numbers. There's no number in the front. We don't take out a common factor for numbers. Common letter is letter b. And we choose the lowest power. Lowest power is power 1. When the first term is negative, when the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. So pull out negative b. If I pull out negative b, what's left is letter a. If I pull out negative b, what's left is letter a. For the second term, positive sign divided by negative sign is negative. Positive sign divided by negative sign is negative. Number 3 stays the same. B squared means there are two b's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, there's another one left here. Then factor. We see that here. A minus 3b is common factor. I can pull out a minus 3b. If I pull out a minus 3b, what's left is 4a minus b. What's left here? 4a minus b. That's the final answer. Next, 10x squared plus 15x plus 14x plus 21. When there are 4 terms and there's no common factor, we need to factor by grouping. When there are 4 terms and there's no common factor, we need to factor by grouping. We group the first 2 terms together and group the last 2 terms together. Factor each part individually. So 10x squared plus 15x. Find the common factor here. The common factor, greatest common factor is 5. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. Common letter is x. Then we choose the lowest power. Lowest power is power 1. What's left here? What's left inside? 10 divided by 5 is 2. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left here. Plus 15 divided by 5 is 3. There's only one x. If I pull out x, there's nothing left. So after I factor in the first 2 terms, I have 5x times 2x plus 3. That's the first part. Second part, 14x plus 21. First of all, try to take out the greatest common factor. For 14 and 21, the greatest common factor is 7. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. And there's no common letter. There's no common letters. So 7 is the greatest common factor. After I pull out the greatest common factor, take 14 divided by 7. 14 divided by 7 is 2. X stays the same. 21 divided by 7 is 3. Then we can see that here. 2x plus 3 is common factor. 2x plus 3 is common factor. If I pull it out, if I pull out 2x plus 3, what's left is 5x plus 7. And that's the final answer. Next, 12x squared plus 9x plus ax plus 6. When there are 4 terms, and if there's no common factor, we try to factor by grouping. Group first 2 terms together and group last 2 terms together. factor each part individually. 12x squared plus 9x squared, take a common factor here. For 12 and 9, the greatest common factor is 3. Common letter is x. Here we choose the lowest power. Lowest power is power 1. What's left? 12 divided by 3 is 4. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, we have another one left here. Second term. 9 divided by 3 is 3. There is only one x. If I pull out x, there's nothing left. That's the first half. Second half. ax plus 6. For number 8 and number 6, the greatest common factor is 2. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. If I pull out 2, 8 divided by 2 is 4. X stays the same. 6 divided by 2 is 3. Then pull out common factor. You see that 4x plus 3 is the same. That's the common factor. If I pull out 4x plus 3, what's left is 3x plus 2. And that's the final answer. Next. 12x to the power 3 minus 9x squared plus 20x minus 15. When there are 4 terms, if there's no common factor, we try to factor by grouping. I group first 2 terms together and group the last 2 terms together. For the first 2 terms, take out a common factor. 12x to the power 3 minus 9x to the power 4, 9x to the power 2. For numbers 12 and 9, the greatest common factor is 3. Common letter is x. And here we choose the lowest power for x. Power 3, power 2. Lowest power is power 2. Then after I pull out 3x squared, what's left is 12 divided by 3. That's 4. X to the power 3 means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, there's another one left here. Minus 9 divided by 3 is 3. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out x squared, there's nothing left. There's no x left here. For the second half, for 20 and 15, the greatest common factor is 5. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for 20 and 15. And x is not common, so number 4 is the greatest common factor. What's left here? 20 divided by 5, I get 4. X stays the same. Second term. 15 divided by 5 is 3. So the greatest common factor is 4x minus 3. That's the greatest common factor. If I pull it outside, if I pull out 4x minus 3, what's left is 3x squared plus 5. And that's the final answer. Next. 20x to the power 3 minus 35x squared minus ax plus 14. When there are 4 terms, if there's no common factor, we try to factor by grouping. Group the first 2 terms together, group the last 2 terms together. For the first 2 terms, take out the greatest common factor. For number 20 and number 35, the greatest common factor is 5. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for 20 and 35. And x is common letter. Lowest power is power 2. If I pull out 5x to the power 2, what's left here? 20 divided by 5 is 4. X to the power 3 means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, we have 1 more left here. Second part. keep negative sign. 34 divided by 4 is 7. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull them out, there's no x left. That's the first half. Second half, look at a and 14. The greatest common factor is 2. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. And if the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. So the greatest common factor is negative 2. X is not common, we cannot pull it out. Now, since negative 2 is a common factor, I take negative a divided by negative 2, which is number 4. Negative a divided by negative 2 is number 4. X stays the same. Second term, positive 14 divided by negative 2. Positive 14 divided by negative 2, I get negative 7. Now here we see that 4x minus 7 is the common factor. 4x minus 7 is the common factor. I can pull it outside. If I pull out 4x minus 7, what's left is 5x squared minus 2. And that's the final answer. Next, x squared minus 6x plus a. When you see a trinomial with no leading coefficient, we try to split. X squared can be split as x times x. We must split x squared evenly. X squared can be split as x times x. Now next, the last one is number a. We try to find two numbers that multiply to be number a, add to be negative 6. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be number a, and they add to be negative 6. We can try to use number 2 and number 4. 2 times 4 is a. But when I add 2 and 4, I get positive 6. How do I get negative 6 here? I can make both of them negative. Negative 2 times negative 4 is still positive a. But negative 2 plus negative 4 is negative 6. So put each number in each parenthesis. I have x minus 2 and s minus 4. That's the final answer. Next, y squared minus 2y minus 15. When there are three terms with no leading coefficient, we draw two parentheses. Split y squared evenly. I can make y times y. Last term is negative 15. I try to find two numbers. When I multiply, I get negative 15. When I add, I get negative 2. For 15, the only possibility is 3 and 5. We know 5 minus 3 is 2. 5 minus 3 is 2. How do we make negative 2 here? I can use positive 3 and negative 5. Positive 3 times negative 5 is negative 15. Positive 3 plus negative 5 is negative 2. So I put positive 3 in the first parenthesis, put negative 5 in the second parenthesis. And that's the final answer. Next, a squared plus 3a minus 10. When there's no leading coefficient, we draw two parentheses. Split a squared, I have a times a. If I split a squared evenly, I get a times a. Put a in both parentheses. Last term is negative 10. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 10, and they add to be positive 3. For number 10, one possibility is 2 times 5. 2 times 5 is 10. 5 minus 2 is 3. So in order to make positive 3, I use negative 2 and positive 5. Negative 2 times positive 5 is negative 10. Negative 2 plus positive 5 is positive 3. Put these two numbers in the parentheses. I have negative 2 and positive 5. That's the final answer. Next, n squared plus 12n plus 35. When there's no leading coefficient, draw two parentheses. Split n squared evenly. I have n times n. Put n on both parentheses. Last term is 35. I try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 35 and they add to be positive 12. We can try 5 times 7. And to make positive 5 times positive 7 is 35. Positive 5 times positive 7 is positive 12. So I use positive 5, positive 7. Positive 5 times positive 7 is positive 35. Positive 5 plus positive 7 is positive 12. Put both numbers in the parentheses. Next, s squared minus 10sy minus 24y squared. When there's no leading coefficient, we split x squared evenly. I have x squared, x times x. If there's a letter at the end, we also split this letter evenly, put it at the end. If there's a letter at the end, I also split the letters, put it at the end. Y squared can be split as y times y. Then the last coefficient is negative 24. I try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 24, add to be negative 10. There's a lot of trial and error. 24 I can try 1 times 24, 2 times 12, 3 times 8, 4 times 6. I try to form negative 10 here. 12 minus 2 is 10. 12 minus 2 is 10. I can try positive 2, negative 12. Positive 2 times negative 12. Positive 2 times negative 12 is negative 24. Positive 2 plus negative 12 is negative 10. Positive 2 plus negative 12 is negative 10. So I put positive 2 in the parentheses, put negative 12 in the parentheses. That's the final answer. Next, a squared minus 15ab plus 36b squared. If there's no leading coefficient, when you see three terms, if there's no leading coefficient, draw two parentheses. Split the first term evenly, put it in the parentheses. Last term, b squared. If there's b squared at the end, we also split b squared evenly. If there's b squared at the end, if there's any letter at the end, we also split the last letter evenly. So b squared can be split as b times b. Now, last coefficient is 36. I try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 36 and add to be 15. There's a lot of trial and error. 36, I can try 1 times 36, 2 times 18, 3 times 12, 4 times 9, 6 times 6. Which pair works here? 36 plus minus 1. 36 plus or minus 1 is not 15. 18 plus or minus 2 is not 15. 12 plus 3 is 15. 12 plus 3 is 15, so this pair works. 3 times 12 is 36. But 3 plus 12 is positive 15. In order to make negative 15, I make both of them negative. Negative 3 plus negative 12 is negative 15. And negative 3 times negative 12 is positive 36. So negative 3 and negative 12 works. I put both numbers in the parentheses. Minus 3, minus 12. Next. X to the power 6 minus 5x to the power 3 minus 14. When there's no leading coefficient, I draw two parentheses. Split the first term evenly. X to the power 6 can be split as x to the power 3 times x to the power 3. The last term is negative 14. I try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 14 and they add to be negative 5. For 14, the only possibility is 2 times 7. 7 minus 2 is 5. But I try to make negative 5 here. I can try to make positive 2, negative 5. Positive 2 negative 7. Positive 2 plus negative 7 is negative 5. When I multiply, positive 2 times negative 7 is negative 14. So positive 2 and negative 7 works. Put that in the parentheses. That's the final answer. Next, x to the power 4 plus 4x squared y plus 3y squared. When there's no leading coefficient, we draw two parentheses. When we see three terms with no leading coefficient, draw two parentheses. Split the first term evenly. Put in both parentheses. If I split the first term evenly, I have x squared times x squared. Put in both parentheses. If there's a letter at the end, I also split it evenly. Y squared can be split as y times y. The last coefficient is number 3. I try to find two numbers that they multiply to be positive 3, they add to be positive 4. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be positive 3, and they add to be 4. I can try 1 times 3. Basically, that's the only possibility. 1 times 3 is 3. 1 plus 3 is 4. So use positive 1 times positive 3, that gives me positive 3. Positive 1 plus positive 3, that gives me positive 4. Put it in the parentheses. Positive 1, positive 3. For the final answer, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. For the final answer, if any coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So write it as x squared plus y. X squared plus 3y. If the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So that's what we did last class. Last class, I showed you how to factor trinomial when there's no leading coefficient, when it's in the form of x squared plus bx plus c. Today, I'll show you how to factor trinomial when there is leading coefficient. Today, I'll show you how to factor in trinomial when there is leading coefficient. So, factoring trinomials of the form ax squared plus bx plus c. Those trinomials has a leading coefficient. Now let me show you some examples first. 2x squared plus 5x minus 3. (2x squared plus 5x minus 3). First of all, this number 2 represents A, 5 represents B, negative 3 represents C. First step, we multiply A and C. First step, multiply A and C. Number 2 represents A, number 5 represents B, negative 3 represents C. First step, we multiply A and C. 2 times negative 3 is negative 6. Multiply AC first. Then we try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 6. They multiply to be AC, and they add to be B. B is 5. Next, multiply AC first. Next, we try to find two numbers. They multiply to be AC, and they add to be B. So we try to find two numbers. When I multiply, I get negative 6. When I add, I get positive 5. I can try to use -1 and positive 6. When I multiply, -1 times positive 6 is -6. -1 plus positive 6 is positive 5. When I multiply, I get -6. When I add, I get positive 5. So find these two numbers first. Next, we keep the first term the same. Keep the last term the same. Rewrite the middle term. Rewrite the middle term as this, using these two numbers. 5x can be rewrite as -1x plus 6x. I keep first term the same. Keep last term the same. Rewrite positive 5x as -1x and positive 6x. X stays the same. For the coefficient, I use -1 and positive 6. So we rewrite 5. Rewrite 5x in two terms. Now we have 4 terms. We can factor this by grouping. Now we have 4 terms. We can factor this by grouping. If I group the first two terms together and the last two terms together, then I can factor each part individually. For the first part, take out a common factor. For 2 and 1, the greatest common factor is 1. And also, common letter is x. We pick the lowest power. For letter x, lowest power is power 1. If the greatest common factor is 1x, when the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. So 1x is the same as x. 1x is the same as x. From the first term, number 2 stays the same. S squared means there are 2x. S squared means there are 2x. There are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left here. Second term, -1 stays the same. If there's only 1x, I pull out x, there's nothing left. Second part, 6x minus 3. Take out common factor for 6 and 3. The greatest common factor for 6 and 3 is 3. That's the largest number we can divide for both numbers. What's left here? 6 divided by 3 is 2. X stays the same. 3 divided by 3 is 1. Now we can see that common factor is 2x minus 1. Pull out 2x minus 1. Pull out 2x minus 1. What's left is x plus 3. That's the final answer. So, when there is leading coefficient, we first of all multiply the first and the last. That's called A times C. Multiply the first and the last, I get -6. Next, I find two numbers that they multiply to be -6. They add to be 5. Find these two numbers, then replace the middle term using these two numbers. Replace the middle term using these two numbers. Keep the like term the same. Keep the variable the same. Replace the middle term using these two numbers. Keep the variable the same. Keep the letter the same. -1x, positive 6x. Now we have 4 terms. When there are 4 terms, we can factor by grouping. This technique has a name. It's called AC method. This technique has a name. It's called the AC method. So this technique has a name. It's called the AC method. This technique has a name. It's called the AC method. Next, 2x squared minus 7x minus 4. When there is a leading coefficient, we first of all multiply AC. A times C, 2 times -4 is -8. Next, try to find two numbers that they multiply to be -8, add to be -7. Try to find two numbers that they multiply to be -8, add to be -7. We can try 1 and 8. a minus 1 is 7. But we want negative 7 here. So I can make positive 1, negative a. Positive 1, negative a. When I multiply, I get negative a. When I add, I get negative 7. So next, I keep the first term the same. Keep the last term the same. Replace the middle term using these two numbers. So I write positive 1x negative ax. Letter stays the same. Using these two numbers as coefficient, letter stays the same. Now we have four terms. I can factor this by grouping. Now when there are four terms, we can factor this by grouping. Group the first two terms together and group the last two terms together. For the first two terms, take out the greatest common factor. For number 2 and 1, the greatest common factor is 1. Common letter is x. And for x, lowest power is 1 here, so I pull out power 1. When the power is 1, we don't write power 1. So greatest common factor is 1x. Usually, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. If I pull out x, number 2 stays the same. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left here. Second term, if I pull out x, number 1 stays the same. Since there's only one x, if I pull it outside, there's no more x. So factor the first two terms, I get x times 2x plus 1. Second half, find the common factor for a and 4. Greatest common factor for a and 4 is 4. That's the largest number where we can divide for both numbers. When the leading term is negative, we pull out negative sign. So pull out negative 4. If I pull out negative 4, what's left here? Negative a divided by negative 4 is 2. Letter x stays the same. Second part, last part. Negative 4 divided by negative 4 is 1. So we have 4 times 2x plus 1. Here, 2x plus 1 looks exactly the same. So that's the common factor. I can pull it outside. If I pull out 2x plus 1, what's left is x minus 4. That's the final answer. Next. 3x squared plus 11x plus 10. When we see a trinomial, if there's a leading coefficient, we multiply the first and last together. 3 times 10 is 30. Next, try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 30, they add to be positive 11. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 30, and they add to be 11. We can try positive 5 and positive 6. When I multiply, I get positive 30. When I add a number, I get positive 11. So I leave the first term the same. Leave the last term the same. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. So I can use 5 and 6. I write 5x plus 6x. The variable is x. Using the same variable. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers with the same variable. Now we have four terms. We can filter this by grouping. If I group the first half together, greatest common factor for 3 and 5 is 1. Greatest common factor for 3 and 5 is 1. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. Common letter is x. I choose the lowest power. For x squared and x, lowest power is power 1. If the power is 1, we don't write 1. And also, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. If the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So 1x is the same as x. If I pull out x, what's left here? Number 3 stays the same. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left here. plus 5x. Number 5 stays the same. There's only one x. If I pull out x, there's no more x left. That's the first half. Second half. For 6x and 10, greatest common factor for 6 and 10 is 2. That's the largest number we're allowed to divide for both numbers. For 6 and 10, that's the largest number we're allowed to divide. What's left here? 6 divided by 2 is 3. Letter x stays the same. Plus 10 divided by 2 is 5. That's the second half. Now we see that 3x plus 5 looks exactly the same. 3x plus 5 looks exactly the same. I can pull it outside. If I pull out 3x plus 5, what's left is x plus 2. That's the final answer. Next, 5x squared plus 14x plus a. When we see three terms, if there's a leading coefficient, we multiply the first and the last. It's called the AC method. If I multiply first and the last, 5 times a is 40. Next, try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 40 and they add to be 14. Find two numbers that they multiply to be 40, add to be 14. We can try 10 and 4. 10 times 4 is 40. 10 plus 4. 10 plus 4 is 14. And we can use positive 10, positive 14. Positive 10 times, is positive 10, positive 4. Positive 10 times positive 4 is 40. Positive 10 plus positive 4 is positive 14. Then we leave the first term the same, leave the last term the same. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. We use 10x plus 4x. The letter stays the same. Then factor by grouping. When there are four terms, I can factor by grouping. If I group the first two terms together, I can take out a common factor. For 5 and 10, the greatest common factor is 5. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. Common letter is x. Pull out x. What's left here? 5 divided by 5 is 1. x squared divided by x is x. Plus 10 divided by 4 is 2. This x means there's only one x. If I pull out x, there's no x left. So the final answer, 5x times 1x plus 2. And when the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. For the second half, 4x plus a. Take out the greatest common factor. For 4 and a, the greatest common factor is 4. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. First term, 4 divided by 4 is 1. X stays the same. Second term, a divided by 4 is 2. And when the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. Now you can see that s plus 2 is a common factor. S plus 2 is a common factor. I can pull it outside. If I pull out s plus 2, what's left is 5x plus 4. That's the final answer. Next, 15 minus 17x plus 4x squared. Now, when there's no x in the front, when there's no letter in the front, we can reverse an order. Run a term with a variable in the front. With a variable in the front. Reverse an order. Put 4x squared in the front. When there's no x in the first term, I can reverse an order. Put 4x squared in the front. Leave the middle term the same. Move 15 to the end. Next, we can multiply 4 and 15. 4 times 15 is 60. We try to find two numbers that may multiply to be 60, add to be negative 17. Find two numbers that may multiply to be 60, add to be negative 16. There's a lot of trial and error here. 60 can be rewritten as 1 times 60, 2 times 30, 3 times 20, 4 times 15, 5 times 12, 6 times 10. That's all possibility for 60s. That's all possibility for 60. Which pair works? 3 times 20. 20 minus 3 is 17. Let's try. 3 and 20. I want to get negative 17 here, so I need to try positive 3, negative 20. Positive 3 plus negative 20 is negative 17. But when I add a number, positive 3 plus negative 20, I don't get positive 60, I get negative 60. When I multiply, I don't get positive 60, I get negative 60. So this pair doesn't work. This pair doesn't work. 3 and 20 doesn't work. When I multiply, I don't get 60, I don't get positive 60. So this pair doesn't work. Can we find a different pair that works? 4 and 15, I don't get 17. When I add and subtract, I don't get 17. 5 and 12. 5 plus 12 is 17. Let's try 5 and 12. Since I want to get negative 17, I can use negative 5, negative 12. Negative 5 plus negative 12 is negative 17. And negative 5 times negative 12, double negative is positive. So negative 5 and negative 12 works. Next, I can rewrite the middle term. I leave first term the same, leave last term the same. I can rewrite the middle term as negative 5 times x minus 12 times x. Negative 5 times x minus 12 times x. Using these two numbers, negative 5 and negative 12, letter x stays the same. Now we have 4 terms. I can factor by grouping. Now I have 4 terms. Factor by grouping. For the first two terms, take on the greatest common factor. For 4x squared and 5x, the greatest common factor for 4 and 5 is 1. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. Common letter is x. Lowest power is power 1. And if the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. If the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. So 1x is the same as x. If I pull out x, number 4 stays the same. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left here. Second term, number 5 stays the same. And there's only one x. If I pull out x, there's no x left. That's in the first half. Second half, take out the greatest common factor. For 12 and 15, the greatest common factor is 3. For 12 and 15, the greatest common factor is 3. Since the first term is negative, we must pull out negative 3. When the leading term is negative, we must pull out negative 3. Then what's left here? Negative 12 divided by negative 3 is positive 4. Letter x stays the same. 15 divided by positive 15 divided by negative 3 is negative 5. Positive 15 divided by negative 3 is negative 5. Now we can see that 4x minus 4 is a common factor. 4x minus 4 is a common factor. If I pull out 4x minus 5, what's left is x minus 3. That's the final answer. Next, 21 minus 25x plus 6x squared. (21 minus 25x plus 6x squared. So in the first term here, there's no letter. In the first term, there's no letter. In this case, I need to switch the first term and last term. Put it in descending order. Write the term with the power first. So I can write 6x first. Keep middle term the same. Move 21 to the back. Then we multiply A and C. Multiply 6 and 21. Multiply 6 and 21. That's my AC. 6 times 21 is 126. We need to find two numbers that they multiply to be 126. They add to be negative 25. Let's try to write down all possibilities. 126, I can make 1 times 126. 2 times 63. 3 times 42. 4 doesn't work. 5 doesn't. 6. 6 times 21. 7. 7 times 18. A doesn't work. 9. 9 times 14. 10, 11, 10, 11, 12 doesn't work. Okay, that's it. So those are all possibilities. We can try to see which pair works. 121 and 126 and 1, I can never make 25. 63 and 2, I don't get 25. 42 and 3, when I add and subtract, I don't get 25. 6 and 21, when I add, I get 27. When I subtract, I get 15. I don't get 25. Doesn't work. 7 and 18, when I add, I get 25. So 7 and 18 works. Let's try 7 and 18. Since I want to get negative 25, I make negative 7, make negative 18. So negative 7 times negative 18, I get positive 126. Negative 7 plus negative 18, I get negative 25. So I leave first term the same, leave last term the same. Since negative 7 and negative 18 works, I rewrite the middle term as negative 7x minus 18x. I rewrite negative 25 as negative 7 and negative 18. Letter x stays the same. Now we get 4 terms. I can factor by grouping. For the first 2 terms, take out common factor. For 6 and 7, common factor is 1. Greatest common factor is 1. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for 6 and 7. Common letter is x. And lowest power for x is power 1. When the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. Six x squared, if I pull out x, number 6 stays the same. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left here. Next, number 7 stays the same. There's only one x. If I pull out x, there's no letter left. Second half, the last part. Negative 18x plus 21. For 18 and 21, greatest common factor is 3. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both number 18 and 21. Common letter, there's no common letter because there's no letter in the second term. There's no common letter. Since the first term is negative, we pull out negative sign. Then what's left here? Negative 18 divided by negative 3 is positive 6. Letter x stays the same. Positive 21 divided by negative 3 is negative 7. Now we see that 6x minus 7 looks exactly the same. 6x minus 7 looks exactly the same. I can pull it outside. Then what's left is x minus 3. That's the final answer. Next, 12y cubed minus 2y squared minus 2y. Now, number 7 is a little different. If you observe carefully, these three terms, they have common factors. Number 7, if you observe carefully, these three terms, they have common factors. For 12, 2 and 2, they have common factor 2. Now, when we're doing factoring, if they have common factor, you must pull out common factor first. If there is common factor, you must pull out common factor first. 2 is a common factor. 2 is the greatest common factor. That's the largest number I'm allowed to divide for all three numbers. Letter y is common. I choose the lowest power. Letter y is common. I choose the lowest power. Lowest power is power 1. If I pull out 2y, what's left is 12 divided by 2 is 6. Y cubed means there are 3 y's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other two left here. Second term, 2 divided by 2 is 1. Y squared divided by y is y. Last term, negative 2 divided by 2 is 1. Keep negative sign. 2 divided by 2 is 1. There's only one y. If I pull out y, there's no y left. Now, this is in the form of ax squared plus bx plus c. What's inside is in the form of ax squared plus bx plus c. A, b, c. That's a trinomial with leading coefficient. That's a trinomial with leading coefficient. I can try to factor this. Multiply a and c. Multiply first by the last. 2y stays the same. Don't touch 2y anymore. Since I pulled it out already, don't touch 2y anymore. We can leave it later for now. Don't touch 2y anymore. Factor this. A times c, first times last, is negative 6. Find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 6. Add to be negative 1. Find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 6. Add to be the middle number, negative 1. For 6, the only possibility is 1 times 6, 2 times 3. The only way to get 1 is 3 minus 2. I can get 1. The only way to get 1 is 3 minus 2. So you can try 2 and 3. Since I try to get negative 1 here, I make positive 2, negative 3. I make positive 2, negative 3. Positive 2 plus negative 3 is negative 1. Positive 2 times negative 3 is negative 6. So 2 and 3 works. I can keep first term the same. Keep last term the same. Rewrite the middle term as plus 2y minus 3y. I rewrite 1y as plus 2y minus 3y using these two numbers with the same variable. Now we get 4 terms. I can factor this by grouping. For the first two terms, 6y squared plus 2y. The greatest common factor is 2. That's the largest number we are allowed to divide for both numbers. Then the common letter is y. If I pull out 2y, what's left here? 6 divided by 2 is 3. Y squared means there are 2 y's. If I pull out one of them, another one left here. Second term, positive 2 divided by 2 is 1. There's only one y. If I pull out y, there's no y left. I get 2y, 3y plus 1. Second half, greatest common factor for 3 and 1 is 1. That's the largest number I'm allowed to divide for both numbers. If the leading term is negative, I need to pull out negative sign. If the leading term is negative, I need to pull out negative sign. And y, there's no common letter. Y is not common. So negative 1 is a common factor. If I pull out negative 1, take negative 3 divided by negative 1, which is positive 3. Letter y stays the same. Negative 1 divided by negative 1 is positive 1. Now you can see that here. 3y plus 1 is a common factor. 3y plus 1 is a common factor. If I pull out 3y plus 1, what's left is 2y minus 1. And for the final answer, don't forget there's a 2y outside the parentheses. Bring it down. For the final answer, don't forget there's a 2y outside the parentheses. Bring it down. That's the final answer. 2y times 3y plus 1 times 2y minus 1. That's the final answer. Next example. 18x cubed minus 21x squared minus 9x. Observe first. If there's a common factor, we must pull it out first. Observe first. Before we apply AC method, if there's a common factor, we must pull it out first. Here, the common factor for 18, 21, and 9 is 3. 3 divides all three numbers, and that's the largest possible number that divides all three numbers. And common letter is x. Common letter is x, so we pull out 3x. 18 divided by 3 is 6. X to the power 3 means we have 3x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, we have 2x left inside the parentheses. Next turn. 21 divided by 3 is 7. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one stays there. Last turn. 9 divided by 3 is 3. There is only one x. If I pull out x, there's nothing left. There's no x left. Now we have 3 terms here. We can try to apply AC method. Now we have 3 terms in the parentheses. We can try to when there are 3 terms inside parentheses, we can try to apply AC method. That's a trinomial. We can try to apply AC method. A times C. 6 times negative 3 is negative 18. Next, we try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 18, add to be negative 7. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 18, add to be negative 7. We can try 18 equal to 1 times 18, or 2 times 9, or 3 times 6. That's all possibilities. And we can see that 9 minus 2 is 7. 9 minus 2 is 7. But we want negative 7 here. So we can make positive 2 and negative 9. Positive 2 times negative 9 is negative 18. Positive 2 plus negative 9 is negative 7. Positive 2 times negative 9 is negative 18. Positive 2 plus negative 9 is negative 7. So we leave the first term the same. Leave the last term the same. Replace the middle term with these two numbers. Plus 2x minus 9x. Replace the middle term using these two numbers, but keep the variable the same. Replace the middle term with these two numbers, but keep the variables the same. Variable is x, keep it the same. Now we have 4 terms. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor this by grouping. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. Factor the first 2 terms. For the first 2 terms, 6x squared plus 2x. Common factor is 2. That's the largest number that divides both numbers. And common variable is x. Choose the lowest power. Choose the lowest power. Lowest power is power 1. Usually if the power is 1, we don't write 1. So the common factor is 2x. 6 divided by 2 is 3. X squared divided by x. X squared means there are 2x. If I pull out one of them, another one left there. X squared means there are 2x. If I pull out one of them, the other one left inside the parentheses. Next term, 2 divided by 2 is 1. And there's only one x. If I pull it out, no more x left. Now for the second half. For 9 and 3, the greatest common factor is 3. That's the largest possible number that divides both numbers. Then, since the leading term is negative, we must keep negative sign. We need to pull out negative sign. If the leading term is negative, we must pull out negative sign. And then there's no common letters. We can see that there's no common letters. First term contains x, but second term doesn't. There's no common letters. So negative 3 is the greatest common factor. Now what's left here? Negative 9 divided by negative 3 is positive 3. Negative 9 divided by negative 3 is positive 3. X stays there. Second term, negative 3 divided by negative 3 is positive 1. Now you can see that here. 3x plus 1 looks exactly the same. 3x plus 1 looks exactly the same, so they are the common factors. If I pull out 3x plus 1, what's left is 2x minus 3. Put in parentheses. If I pull out 3x plus 1, what's left is 2x minus 3. Put in parentheses. Then don't forget, there's a 3 in front of the parentheses. There's a 3x in front of the parentheses. Don't forget. There's a 3x in front of the parentheses. Bring it down. Don't forget 3x. There's a 3x in front of the parentheses. Bring it down. And that's the final answer. Next. 2x squared minus sy minus 10y squared. 2x squared minus sy minus 10y squared. So observe, if there's common factor, we must pull it out first. Here for 2, negative 1, 10, there's no common factor. In the middle term, there's no numbers here. There's no common factor here. If there's no common factor, we can apply AC method directly. If there's no common factor, we can apply AC method directly. Multiply first coefficient with the last coefficient. 2 times negative 10 is negative 20. 2 times negative 10 is negative 20. We try to find two numbers that multiply to be negative 20, add to be in the middle term. Here, middle coefficient is negative 1. If there's no number in the front, we assume the number in the front is 1. So the middle coefficient is negative 1. The middle coefficient is negative 1. Here we try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 20 and they add to be negative 1. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 20, add to be negative 1. For 20, that's easy. We can try 4 and 5. We want to make negative 1 here, so I can make positive 4, negative 5. Positive 4 plus negative 5 is negative 1. And positive 4 times negative 5 is negative 20. Positive 4 times negative 5 is negative 20. So I keep first term the same. Keep last term the same. Replace the middle term using these two numbers. But keep the variables the same. I have positive 4xy minus 5xy. Replace the middle term with using these two numbers. But keep the variables the same. Then we have 4 terms. I can factor by grouping. Now when I have 4 terms, I can factor it by grouping. For the first 2 terms, take out common factor. For 2 and 4, common factor is 2. That's the largest number that divides both 2 and 4. Common letter is x. Common letter is x. And choose the lowest power. For x, choose the lowest power. We have power 2, power 1. Lowest power must be power 2. Pull out 2x. What's left? 2 divided by 2 is 1. S squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left inside the parentheses. Second term. 4 divided by 2 is 2. There's only one x. I pull out x. If I pull out x, there's no x left. But since I only pull out x, y stays there. So I get negative 1. I get 1x plus 2y in the parentheses. But remember, when the exponent, when the coefficient is 1, when the coefficient of a term is 1, we can always drop 1. When the coefficient is 1, we always drop 1. 1x is the same as x. For the second half, common factor between 5 and 10 is 5. common factor between 5 and 10 is 5. That's the largest number that divides both 5 and 10. When the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. When the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. Next, the common letter here, common variable is y. Y is the common letter, and we choose the lowest power. Lowest power is 1. When the power is 1, usually we don't write 1. So the common factor is negative 5y. If I pull out negative 5y, what's left here? Negative 5 divided by negative 5 is positive 1. Since I only pull out y, so this x stays there. Second term, negative 10 divided by negative 5 is positive 2. Negative 10 divided by negative 5 is positive 2. Y squared means there are two y's. If I pull out one of them, the other one stays inside. Then, when the coefficient is 1, for 1x, when the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1 in general. When the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. Then we can see that x plus 2y is the common factor. X plus 2y is the common factor. So put it outside. If I pull out x plus 2y, what's left is 2x minus 5y. Put in parentheses, 2x minus 5y. If I pull out x plus 2y, put it in the front, what's left is 2x minus 5y. And that's the final answer. Next problem. 5x squared minus 13xy minus 6y squared. So when there are three terms and there's no common factors, we need to apply AC method. If there's a common factor, we must pull out first. But when there's no common factor, we apply AC method directly. A times C. 5 times negative 6 is negative 30. 5 times negative 6 is negative 30. Now we try to find two numbers that multiply to be negative 30, add to be negative 13. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 30, add to be negative 13. What can we try? If we try 10 and 3, 10 plus 3 is 13. And we try negative 10, negative 3. Negative 10 plus negative 3 is negative 13. But negative 10 times negative 3 is not negative 30. Negative 10 times negative 3 is not negative 30. So 10 and 3 doesn't work. Let's write down all possibilities for 30. 30 we can try 1 times 30, 2 times 15, 3 times 10, 4, 5 times 6. So that's all possibility for 13. And we know 10 and 3 doesn't work. 15 minus 2 is 13. 15 minus 2 is 13. So let's try 15 and 2, see if it works. There's a lot of trial and error. Let's try 15 and 2 first. Let's try 15 and 2. In order to make negative 13, I can try positive 2, negative 15. Positive 2 plus negative 15 is negative 13. Positive 2 times negative 15 is negative 30. Positive 2 times negative 15 is negative 30. So positive 2 and negative 15 works. If this pair works, we remove the middle term. Keep the first term the same. Keep the first term and the last term the same. Remove the middle term. Replace the middle term using these two numbers. Plus 2sy minus 15sy. Replace the middle term using these two numbers, positive 2 and negative 15. And the variables stays the same. Now we have 4 terms. When there are 4 terms, we can factor this by grouping. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. For the first 2 terms, take out common factor. For 5 and 2, common factor is 1. For 5 and 2, the common factor is 1. Common letter is x. Common letter is x. If I pull out 1x, when the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. When I pull out 1x, if the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. If I pull out x, 5x squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of an x, the other x stays there. Second term, number 2 stays there. There's only 1x. If I pull out x, there's no more x left. But since I only pull out x, letter y stays the same. That's the first half. For the second half, we find a common factor for 15 and 6. We find the greatest common factor for 15 and 6. For 15 and 6, the greatest common factor is 3. That's the largest number that divides both 15 and 6. And for factoring, when the first term is negative, we pull out negative sign. And the common letter here is y. Common letter is y. Pick the lowest power. We have power 1, power 2. The lowest power is power 1. If I pull out negative 3y, for the first term, negative 15 divided by negative 3 is positive 5. Since I only pull out y, letter x stays the same. For the second term, negative 6 divided by negative 3 is positive 2. Since I pull out one of the y, we have y squared here. Y squared means 2 y's multiplied together. Since I pull out one of the y's, we have another y left inside the parentheses. Now we can see that 5x plus 2y and 5x plus y looks exactly the same. 5x plus 2y and 5x plus 2y looks exactly the same. So I can pull out 5x plus 2y. If I pull out 5x plus 2y, what's left is x minus 3y. That's the final answer. Next. 12x squared plus 28sy plus ay squared. First point, let's observe, is there any common factors? If there is common factor, we must pull out a common factor first. Let's observe first, is there any common factors? If we observe here, for 12, 28 and a, number 4 is a common factor. 4 is the number that divides all three numbers. And also 4 is the largest possible number that divides all three numbers. And there are no common letters. First one only have x, last one only have y. There's no common factor. There are no common letters. So the only common factor is 4. If I pull out 4, first term, 12 divided by 4 is 3. X squared stays the same. Second term, 28 divided by 4 is 7. X and y stays the same. Third term, 8 divided by 4 is 2. Y squared stays the same. Now I can use AC method. A times C. 3 times 2 is 6. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 6, add to be 7. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 6 and they add to be 7. We can try 1 and 6. Positive 1, positive 6. Positive 1 plus positive 6 is positive 7. Positive 1 times positive 6 is positive 6. So 1 and 6 works. So here I keep the first term the same, keep the last term the same. I rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. 1sy plus 6sy. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. Keep the variables the same. Now we have 4 terms. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. For the first 2 terms, take out common factor. For the first 2 terms, take out common factor. For 3 and 1, common factor is 1. For 3 and 1, common factor is 1. Common letter is x. Lowest power for x, lowest power is power 1. If the power is 1, we don't write power 1. So 1x is a common factor. If I pull out 1x, 3 divided by 1 is 3. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left inside. Second term, 1 divided by 1 is 1. There's only 1x. If I pull out x, there's no more x left. Since I only pull out x, y stays there. Now be very, very careful. For every term, any term, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. For any term, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So 1x is the same as x. 1y is the same as y. If the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. Second half. Take out common factor. For 6 and 2, the greatest common factor is 2. 2 is the largest possible number that divides both numbers. Common letter is y, and for letter y, the lowest power is power 1. Pull out 2y. 6 divided by 2 is 3. Since I only pull out y, x stays the same. Second term, 2 divided by 2 is 1. Y squared means there are 2 y's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other y left there. So that's what we have when I pull out 2y. Now, if the coefficient is 1, for any polynomial, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So 1y is the same as y. 1y is the same as y. Now we can see that we have 3x plus y. That's the common factor. We have 3x plus y. 3x plus y. That's the common factor. If I pull out 3x plus y, if I pull out 3x plus y, what's left is x plus 2y. What's left is x plus 2y. Now, don't forget, there's a number 4 in the front. Bring 4 down, then that will be the final answer. There's number 4 in front of the parentheses. Bring it down. That's the final answer. Next. 36c squared minus 12cd minus 15d squared. First observe, is there any common factor? If there is common factor, we must pull it out first. Observe 36, 12, and 15. 36, 12, and 15. It looks like 3 divides all 3 numbers. It looks like 3 divides all 3 numbers. So 3 is the common factor. And 3 is the largest possible number that divides all 3 numbers. That's the greatest common factor. Is there any common letters? C is not common because there's no C here. And letter D is not common because there's no D in the first term. So there are no common letters. 3 is the only common factor. Now pull out 3. If I pull out 3, 36 divided by 3 is 12. C squared stays the same. 12 divided by 3 is 4. CD stays the same. (15) divided by 3 is 5. D squared stays the same. Then, when there are 3 terms, we can apply AC method. When there are 3 terms, we can apply AC method. A times C. 12 times negative 5 is negative 60. 12 times negative 5 is negative 60. Now we try to find 2 numbers. We try to find 2 numbers that they multiply to be negative 60 and they add to be negative 4. 60 is not easy. Let's write down all possibilities first. 60, I can try 1 times 60, or I can try 2 times 30, or 3 times 20, or 4 times 15, 5 times 12, or 6 times 10. 7 doesn't work, 8 doesn't work, 9 doesn't work, so that's it. Now let's compare each pair. Which pair of number can give you 4? It looks like the only possibility here is 10 minus 6 is 4. So let's try 10 and 6. It looks like 10 minus 6 is 4. But we want to get negative 4 here. We can try negative 10, positive 6. Negative 10 plus positive 6 is negative 4. Negative 10 plus negative 10 times positive 6 is negative 60. So 10 and 6 works. Let's remove the middle term. Using these two numbers to rewrite the middle term. And write it as negative 10 CD plus 6 CD. Use these two numbers, rewrite the middle term. Keep the variables the same. Keep the letters the same. Now we have 4 terms. When there are 4 terms, we can factor by grouping. When there are 4 terms, we can factor by grouping. So, group first 2 terms together, take out common factor. For 12 and 10, common factor is 2. Is there any common letter? Common letter is C. Pick the lowest power. For letter C, the lowest power is power 1. So take out 2C. If I take out 2C, 12 divided by 2 is 6. C squared means there are 2 C's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other C left inside the parentheses. Second term, 10 divided by 2 is 5. There's only one C. If I pull out C, there's no C left. Since I only pull out C, D stays the same. So I get 2C times 6C minus 5D. That's the first half. Second half, the greatest common factor for 6 and 5. For 6 and 5, the greatest common factor is 1. That's the largest possible number that divides both numbers. Then the common letter for 6CD and D squared, the common letter is D. Pick the lowest power. Lowest power is power 1. If the power is 1, we don't write 1. Now, for any term, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. 1D is the same as D. 1D is the same as D. If I pull out D, for the first term, 6C stays the same. And there's only 1D. If I pull it out, there's no D left. For second term, negative 5 stays the same. D squared means there are 2 D's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left there. Now we can see that 6C minus 5D and 6C minus 5D, they are common factors. 6C minus 5D and 6C minus 5D, they are common factors. If I pull it out, if I pull out 6C minus 5D, what's left is 2C plus D. What's left is 2C plus D. I can put it in parentheses. 2C plus D. Then, don't forget, there's a number 3 in the front. Don't forget, there's number 3 in front of the parentheses. Bring it down. That's your final answer. That's the final answer. 3 times these 2 parentheses. That's the final answer. Next. (2x squared plus 2x plus 3). First of all, observe, is there any common factor? For 2 to 3, there's no common factor. And there's no common letters. Last term doesn't have any letter, there's no common letter. So since there's no common factor, we can apply AC method directly. AC method. First times last. 2 times 3 is 6. We try to find 2 numbers that multiply to be 6 and add to be 2. Try to find 2 numbers that multiply to be 6 and add to be 2. Is it possible? Let's write down all possibilities for number 6. Number 6 can be written as 1 times 6 or 2 times 3. That's the only possibility. 1 times 6 is either 1 times 6 or 2 times 3. That's the only possibility. And we know that 6 plus 1 or minus 1 doesn't give you 2. 3 plus 2 is 5. 3 minus 2 is 1. We don't get 2 here. So that's the only possibility, and none of them works. That means this polynomial is not factorable. If it's not factorable, we say This is a prime polynomial. If it's not factorable, we say this polynomial is called a prime polynomial. Or simply call it is a prime. This polynomial is a prime polynomial. Since it's not factorable, it's called prime polynomial. Or you can simply say this is a prime. Next. (3x to the power 4 plus 4x squared minus 4). 3x to the power 4 plus 4x squared minus 4. So first of all, observe, is there any common factors? For the numbers 3, 4, 4, there's no common factor. And there's no common letters. In the last term, there's no x, so there's no common letters. If there's no common factor, we can apply AC method. AC method, first times last. 3 times negative 4 is negative 12. Now, can we find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 6? Sorry, they multiply to be negative 12, and they add to be positive 4. Can we find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 12, and they add to be positive 4? For 12, we can try 1 times 12, 2 times 6, or 3 times 4. There's only 3 possibilities. 12 minus 1 is not 4. 12 plus 1 is not 4. But 6 minus 2 is 4. We can try 6 and 2. We can try the pair 6 and 2. Since I try to make positive 4, I can make negative 2 and positive 6. Negative 2 plus positive 6 is positive 4. And when I multiply, negative 2 times positive 6 is negative 12. So negative 2 and positive 6 works. So keep the first term the same. Keep the first term the same. Keep the last term the same. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. I can write it as negative 2x squared plus 6x squared. Use these two numbers, rewrite the middle term. And the variables, the letters, stays the same. X squared stays the same. Now we have 4 terms. I can factor by grouping. When we have 4 terms, we can factor it by grouping. For the first 2 terms, take out common factor. For the first 2 terms, take out common factor. For 3 and 2, the common factor is 1. For 3 and 2, the common factor is 1. That's the largest number that divides both numbers. Common letter is x squared. Common letter is x, and the lowest power is x squared. If I pull out 1x squared, 3 divided by 1 is 3. X to the power 4 means there are 4x multiplied together. If I take out 2 of them, another 2 left inside. Second term, 2 divided by 1 is 2. 2 divided by 1 is 2. X squared means there's only 2x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, there's no more x left inside. Second half, for 6 and 4, common factor is 2. For number 6 and number 4, common factor is 4. If I pull out 2, common factor is 2. If I pull out 2, 6 divided by 2 is 3. X squared stays the same. 4 divided by 2 is 2. Now we can see that here. 3x squared minus 2 stays the same. 3x squared minus 2. 3x squared minus 2 stays the same. And if I pull out 3x squared minus 2, what's left is 1x squared plus 2. And for your final answer, if the coefficient is 1, we drop 1, don't write 1. For the final answer, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1, drop 1. 1x squared is the same as x squared. That's the final answer. Next. 10x to the power 4 minus 9x squared y plus 2y squared. 10x to the power 4 minus 9x squared y plus 2y squared. First of all, try to take out common factor. Is there any common factor? Well, 10, 9, and 2, there's no common factor. Is there any common letters? First term contains only x, there's no y, so y is not common. Last term contains only y, there's no x. That means x is not common. So there are no common factors here. If there are no common factor, we can apply AC method directly. If there are no common factor, we can apply AC method directly. A times C, 10 times 20 is first times last, 10 times 2. First times last, 10 times 2 is 20. Can we find two numbers that they multiply to be 20, add to be negative 9? Can we find two numbers that they multiply to be 20, add to be negative 9? For 20, we can try 4 times 5. We know negative 4 times negative 4 plus negative 4 is negative 9. And negative 4 times negative 4 is 20. So negative 4 and negative 5 works. Negative 4 plus negative 4 is negative 9. Negative 4 times negative 5 is positive 20. So use AC method. I keep the first term the same. Keep the last term the same. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. And keep the variables the same. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. And keep the variable the same. 4x squared y minus 5x squared y. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. Keep the variables the same. Keep x squared y the same. Now we have 4 terms. We can factor by grouping. Now we have 4 terms. We can factor this by grouping. For the first half, 10x to the power 4 minus 4x squared y. Take out common factors. For 10 and 4, common factor is 2. That's the largest number that divides both 10 and 4. Common letter is x. Lowest power for x is power 2. And y is not common. So greatest common factor for the first half is 2x squared. If I pull out 2x squared, what's left is 10 divided by 2 is 5. X to the power 4 means there are 4x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, there's another 2 left inside. Second half, 4 divided by 2 is 2. X squared means there are only 2x multiplied together. If I pull out x squared, there's no x left. Since we only pull out x squared, so letter y stays the same. That's in the first half. For the second half, we take out common factors also. For 5 and 2, the common factor is 1. That's the largest number that divides both 5 and 2. And the common letter is y. The common letter is y. Lowest power for letter y, lowest power is power 1. If the power is 1, we don't write 1. Now, when the leading term is negative, we need to pop out negative sign. So common factor is negative 1y. Negative 5 divided by negative 1 is positive 5. X squared stays there. Since I only pull out y, x squared stays there. There's only one y. If I pull out y, there's no y left. For the second half, positive 2 divided by negative 1. Positive 2 divided by negative 1 is negative 2. Y squared means there are 2 y's multiplied together. If I pull out one of the y's, there's another y left. Now, for any term, if the coefficient is 1, for any term, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So 1y is the same as y. 1y is the same as y. Then we can see that here, common factor is 5x squared minus 2y. The common factor is 5x squared minus 2y. Pull out 5x squared minus 2y. What's left is 2x squared minus y. What's left is 2x squared minus y. And that's the final answer. Next. 3x squared plus 2x plus 4. 3x squared plus 2x plus 4. First of all, we try to take out common factor first. Is there any common factor for 3, 2, and 4? For 3, 2, and 4, there's no common factor. Is there any common letters? In the last term, there's no x, so x is no common letter, so there are no common letters. Then, since there's no common factor, we can apply an AC method. For AC method, we multiply first to the last. 3 times 4 is 12. Can we find two numbers that multiply to be 12, add to be 2? Let's write down all possibilities here for number 12. 12 can be written as 1 times 12, or 2 times 6, or 3 times 4. That's all possibility for number 12. Is it possible that I can make 2? 12 plus 1 is not 2. 12 minus 1 is not 2. 6 plus 2 is not 2. 6 minus 2 is not 2. 4 minus 3 is not 2. 4 plus 3 is also not 2. So it's impossible to have a 2 here. It's impossible to have a 2 here. That's why. In this case, we say this polynomial is not factorable. There's no way we can get 2 in the middle. So this polynomial is not factorable. Or we can say this is a prime polynomial. Prime polynomial is the same as saying this polynomial is a prime. So it's not factorable. That's the final answer. Next, I'll show you factoring by formulas. Factoring by formulas. What formula do we know so far? Last week we learned 3 formulas. That says a plus b times a minus b equal to a squared minus b squared. A plus b squared equal to a squared plus 2ab plus b squared. A minus b squared equal to a squared minus 2ab plus b squared. That's what we learned last week. And we know operation from left to right is called multiplication. Operation going backward is called factorization. Today we are learning factoring. So going backward, we try to make right side equal to left side. So this formula can be rewritten as a squared minus b squared equal to a plus b times a minus b. A squared plus 2ab plus b squared equal to a plus b squared. A squared minus 2ab plus b squared equal to a minus b squared. So that's the modified formula. Make right side equal to left side, going backward. That's called factorization. Factoring by formulas. We try to use this formula to do these 3 formulas to do factoring. And remember the name. First one is called difference of perfect squares. Remember the name. Difference of perfect squares. The second one and the third one, they are called perfect square trinomials. So keep this formula in mind. We'll use this formula to do factoring. First example, x squared minus y squared. If we try to match this equation with one of the formula, it matches the first one. X squared minus y squared, it matches the first one. So our x represents A, y represents B, it matches the first one. X represents A, y represents B. So if I use the formula, I have x plus y, x minus y. X represent A, y represent B. We have x plus y, x minus y. That's how we factoring using formulas. That's how we factor using formulas. Number 2. X squared plus y squared. X squared plus y squared. First of all, they have no common factors. And x squared plus y squared, it doesn't match any of these formulas. X squared plus y squared, it doesn't match any of these formulas. And there are no common factors. So this is not factorable. It doesn't match any of these formulas. And there's no common factor, there's nothing I can take it out. So this is not factorable. It doesn't match any of these formulas. And there's no common factors, nothing can be taken out. So this is not factorable. We leave it the way it is. Next. S squared minus 1. S squared minus 1. It looks like the first formula. X represents A. How about 1? Number 1 can be rewritten as 1 squared. Number 1 can always be rewritten as 1 squared. Now imagine the first formula. X squared minus 1 squared. X represents A. Number 1 represents B. So if I plug in, I have x plus 1, x minus 1. That's the final answer. Next, x squared minus y to the power of 3. X squared minus y of power 3. Does it match any of this formula? S squared match A squared, but y to the power 3 doesn't match B squared. Y to the power 3 doesn't match B squared. So we can use the formulas. Is there any common factor I can take out? It doesn't match the formula, and there's no common factor I can take out. This is not factorable. This is not factorable. If there's no common factor and it doesn't match any of these formulas, it's not factorable. Next, x squared minus 81. S squared minus 81. Does it match any formula here? S squared minus 81. It looks like it matched the first formula. S squared match A squared. 81 can be rewritten as 9 squared. 81 can be rewritten as 9 squared. And 9 squared match B squared. So x represents A, 9 represents B. If I plug in, I have x plus 9 times x minus 9. That's the final answer. Next, 4x squared minus 9y squared. 4x squared minus 9y squared. Does it match any of these formulas? There are two terms. It looks like it matches the first formula. Does it completely match? Does it completely match? Number 4 can be rewritten as 2 squared. So 4x squared can be rewritten as 2x squared. Number 9 can be rewritten as 3 squared. So 9y squared can be rewritten as 3y squared in parentheses. So it looks like 2x squared match A. 3y, 2x squared match A squared. 3y squared match B squared. So 2x represents A. 3y represents B. If I plug in, I have 2x plus 3y times 2x minus 3y. 2x plus 3y. 2x minus 3y. In general, let me give you some hint. In order to use this formula, this formula has a name called difference of perfect squares. Difference means subtraction. Perfect square, a square is perfect square, b square is perfect square. That's called difference of perfect squares. If we observe this term, 4 is a perfect square, x square is a perfect square, 9 is a perfect square, y square is also a perfect square. If everything is a perfect square, and we're doing subtraction, it definitely matches the difference of perfect square. If everything is a perfect square and we have subtraction in the middle, it will match the difference of perfect squares. So keep this idea in mind. If every term is a perfect square, 4 is 2 square, 9 is 3 square, x square is a perfect square, y square is also a perfect square. If every term is a perfect square and we have subtraction in the middle, that match the formula of difference of perfect squares. Keep this idea in mind. Next, 81 x to the power 4 minus 16 y to the power 4. 81 x to the power 4 minus 16 y to the power 4. Observe here, 81 is a perfect square. 9 times 9 is 81. 9 squared is 81. X to the power 4 is a perfect square because x square is x to the power 4. 16 is a perfect square. 4 times 4 is 16. Y to the power 4 is a perfect square because y to the power 2, y squared raised to the power 2 is y to the power 4. So if they are all perfect squares and we have subtraction in the middle, we can apply difference of perfect squares. So first term can be rewritten as ax square square, 9x square square. 81 is 9 square. X to the power 4 is x square square. Second term, 16 is 4 square. Y to the power 4 is y square square. Here everything is a perfect square. We have subtraction in the middle. Then you can try to match the formula. 9a squared represents a. 9x squared represents a. 4y squared represents b. If I use the formula, I have 9x squared plus 4y squared, 9x squared minus 4y squared. If I use the formula, that's what I get. A plus b times a minus b. Now, be very careful here. We are not done. Be very careful here. We are not done. For the first half, when there's addition, it doesn't match any of these formulas. First part, we are done. But for the second part, observe carefully. 9 is a perfect square again. 9 is 3 times 3. 4 is a perfect square. 4 is 2 times 2. X squared is a perfect square. Y squared is a perfect square. Everything here is perfect square. We have subtraction in the middle. That's another difference of perfect square. 3x squared minus 2y squared. 3 times 3 is 9. 9 is 3 squared. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 is 2 squared. So again, use the formulas. Difference of perfect squares. Use the formulas. Difference of perfect squares. 3x, if I use the formula again, 3x represents a. 2y represents b. If I use the formula again, 3x represents a. 2y represents b. Use the formula again, we have a plus b times a minus b. Now we are done. It cannot be factored any further. And don't forget the first part. Carry the first part. Don't forget the first part. I have to carry over. That's the final answer. That's the final answer. Next. 36x squared minus 25y to the power 4. 36x squared minus 25y to the power of 4. It looks like it matches the first formulas. 36 is a perfect square. 36 can be rewritten as 6 squared. x squared is a perfect square. 36 is 6 squared. 25 is 5 squared. Y to the power of 4 is y squared squared. Y to the power of 4 is y squared squared. So let's match the first formula. 6x represents A, 5y squared represents B. 6x represents A, 5y squared represents B. If I use the first formula, A plus B times A minus B, I have 6x plus 5y squared times 6x minus 5y squared. Then can we factor further? When we see addition, it doesn't match any of this formula, it's not factorable. But when we see subtraction here, is it factorable? When we see subtraction in the middle, is it factorable? Remember, first both terms must be perfect square. 6 is not perfect square. X is not perfect square. 5 is not perfect square. If they are not all perfect squares, it's not factorable. If any part of this expression is not perfect square, it's not factorable. So that's your final answer. We can't go any further. That's the final answer. Next. X to the power 5 minus 4x to the power 3. If we try to match the formula, we can see that x to the power 5 is not a perfect square. X to the power 3 is not perfect square. It doesn't match any perfect square here. But let's observe. Do they have any common factor? Do they have any common factor? They have a common letter x. They have a common letter x. If I pull out a common factor, what do we have? They have a common letter x. Lower power is 3. If I pull out x to the power 3, what do we get? First term is x to the power 5. X to the power 5 means there are 5x multiplied together. If I pull out 3 of them, I have 2 more left in the parentheses. Second term, 4x to the power 3. Number 4 stays the way it is. X to the power 3 means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull out 3 of them, there are no x left. Now observe again. X squared is a perfect square now. 4 is also perfect square. That's difference of perfect squares. Now imagine the first formula. That's difference of perfect squares. That's x squared. Number 2 is 2 squared. Number 4 is 2 squared. Let's match the first formula. So we have x represent A, 2 represent B. We have A plus B times A minus B, which is x plus 2 times x minus 2. First term, x to the power 3 stays the way it is. That's the final answer. Next. X to the power 3y minus 9x to the power 5. 9xy to the power of 5. X to the power 3 times y minus 9x to the power 5. If we try to match the formula, it doesn't match any of these formulas. But if we try to take our common factor first, we have x as a common factor. Lower power is 1. We have y as a common factor. Lower power is also 1. Let's take out a common factor. X to the power 3 means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, we have 2 more left in the parentheses. There's only one y. If I take out y, there are no y left. In the second term, number 9 stays the way it is. If I pull out x, there are no more x, no x left. We have y to the power of 5. That means there are 5 y's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, there are 4 more left in the parentheses. Now observe again, are they perfect squares? Are they perfect squares? X squared is a perfect square. That's x squared. Number 9 is also perfect square. 3 times 3 is 9. y to the power 4 is also perfect square. Y square is y to the power 4. So they are both perfect squares. If we try to imagine the first formula. X represents A. 3y squared represents B. So if I use the formula, I have A plus B times A minus B, which is X plus 3y squared and X minus 3y squared. And don't forget sy in the front, bring it down. We have xy times x plus 3y squared times x minus 3y squared. Next. For x to the power 4 y squared minus 25. 4x to the power 4 y squared minus 25. If we try to match the formula, imagine the first formula. Number 4 is a perfect square. X to the power 4 is a perfect square. Y squared is perfect square. 25 is also perfect square. That's difference of perfect squares. 4x squared, 4x to the power 4 y squared can be written as 2x squared y squared. Number 4 is 2 squared. X to the power 4 is x squared squared. Y squared is y squared. 25 is 5 squared. If you try to match the first formula, 2x squared y represents A. Number 5 represents B. Then plug in, we have 2x squared y plus 5 times 2x squared y minus 5. That's the final answer. Next. 36x squared minus 9y squared. 36x squared minus 9y squared. 36 is 6 squared. X is x squared. They are perfect squares. Number 9 is 3 squared. Y is y squared. They are both perfect squares. And they match the first formula. So 6x represents A. 3y represents B. We have 6x plus 3y times 6x minus 3y. Now, be very, very careful. Are we done with the problem? We use the formula, then are we done with the problem? Observe the first part. 6x and 3y. Do you see any common factor here? Do you see any common factor? For 6 and 3, we can tell that 3 is a common factor. 3 divides both 6 and 3, so 3 is a common factor. If I pull out 3, 6 divided by 3 is 2. X stays the same. 3 divided by 3 is 1. Y stays the same. For the second part, 3 is also a common factor. If I pull out 3, 6 divided by 3 is 2. X stays the same. 3 divided by 3 is 1. Y stays the same. Then for the final answer, number 3, both number 3 is outside the parentheses. So I multiply 3 to 3, I get 9. First part is 2x plus 1y. 1y is the same as y. Second part, 2x minus 1y. 1y is the same as y, so I get 2x minus y. That's the final answer. We need to factor completely. That's the final answer. Sometimes factoring may take multiple steps. Next. X to the power 5 minus x. X to the power 5 minus x. So they are not perfect squares. Both terms, they are not perfect squares. So this formula doesn't match any of the above formulas. But I can try to take out common factors. X is a common factor. if I try to take out x as common factor, what do I get? If I pull out x to the power 5 means there are 5x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, we have 4 more in the parentheses. Second part, there's only 1x. If I pull out x, there's nothing left. If there's nothing left, we cannot leave it blank. We write number 1 as a placeholder. If I pull out x, there's nothing left. If there's nothing left, we cannot leave this place blank. We write 1 as a placeholder. Next, can we factor further? X to the power 4 is a perfect square that can be rewritten as x squared squared. Number 1 can be rewritten as 1 squared. Now imagine the first formula. Imagine the difference of perfect square. Imagine the first formula. We have, if we use the formula a plus b times a minus b, we have x squared plus 1 times s squared minus 1. S squared plus 1. This is not factorable. I leave it the way it is. This is not factorable. I leave it the way it is. But x squared is a perfect square. S squared is a perfect square. Number 1 is a perfect square. So the last part again matches this formula again. The last part matches this formula again. If I use the formula, I have a plus b times a minus b. So the last part can be rewritten as a plus 1 times a minus 1. We need to keep the first parentheses the same. X squared plus 1. Also, we need to keep this x the same. This x stays outside the parentheses, it stays the same. That's the final answer. We need to factor completely. Next. 16x to the power 4 minus 1. 16x to the power 4 minus 1. So we first of all try to match the formula. 16 is a perfect square. 4 times 4 is 16. X to the power 4 is also a perfect square. X squared squared is x to the power 4. So 16x to the power 4 can be rewritten as 4x squared squared. Number 1 is a perfect square. Number 1 can be rewritten as 1 times 1. So if I match this with the first formula, I have a plus b times a minus b. So if I use the formula, I have 4x squared plus 1 times 4x squared minus 1. A plus b times a minus b. It matches the first formula. Then, can we factor further? 4x squared plus 1. This doesn't match any of the formulas. For 4x squared plus 1, it doesn't match any of this formula. But for 4x squared minus 1, number 4 is a perfect square. X is a perfect square. We have 2x squared. Number 1 is a perfect square. That's 1 squared. So again, imagine the first formula. So it's a minus b. A squared minus b squared. So using the formula, we have a plus b times a minus b. This parentheses stays the same. 4x squared plus 1. That's the final answer. Next one. X squared plus 6x plus 9. When there are 3 terms, we can try to match the perfect square trinomials. Observe, first one is a perfect square. That's x squared. Last term is also perfect square. Number 9 is 3 squared. So we know that a equal to x, b equal to 3. Then what's 2ab? A equal to x, b equal to 3. What's 2ab? (2ab) equal to 2 times a times b. 2ab equal to 2 times a times b. A is x, b is 3, which is 6x. This equation match perfect square trinomial. This equation match perfect square trinomial. So if 6s match the middle term, we can use perfect square trinomial to factor this. Equal to a plus b squared, which is x plus 3 squared. This way, it match perfect square trinomial. We apply the formula. We get a plus b squared. Next, x squared minus ax plus 16. X squared minus ax plus 16. First term is a perfect square. First term is a perfect square. It's x squared. So a is x. Last term is also perfect square. Last term is also perfect square. It's 16 is 4 squared. So b equal to 4. Middle term represent 2ab. Middle term represent 2ab. What's 2ab here? If the middle term match 2ab, we can use perfect square trinomial. Otherwise, we can't use it. Let's try to find out what's 2ab. 2ab is twice a times b, which is 2 times 4 is ax. So 2ab match the middle term. This is minus 2ab. The middle term here is minus 2ab, so it must be this formula. A squared minus 2ab plus b squared. The middle term match negative 2ab. So it should be a minus b squared. Answer should be a minus b squared. That's the answer. For number 15 and 16, if you can match the formula, for number 15 and 16, if you can match the formula, last class I showed you a way to factor trinomial with no leading coefficient. Last class I showed you a way to find answer. Last class I showed you how to factor trinomial with no leading coefficient. So, first of all, draw two premises. Split x squared evenly. Split x squared evenly. Find two numbers, then multiply to be 9, add to be 6. Find two numbers, then multiply to be 9, add to be 6. We can try positive 3 and positive 3. Positive 3 plus positive 3 is positive 6. Positive 3 times positive 3 is 9. Put it here. Then when you see x plus 3 times x plus 3, when you see the same thing twice, you can write x plus 3 squared. Without using the formula, we can get the same answer. Without using the formula, we can get the same answer. Same thing for number 16. For trinomials with no leading coefficient, we can try a different way. For trinomials with no leading coefficient, we can try a different way. X squared minus ax plus 16. That's a trinomial and it has no leading coefficient. You can draw two premises, put x in the premises, then try to find two numbers, then multiply to be 16, add to be negative a. You know, 16 can be factored as 4 times 4. But 4 plus 4 is positive a. We need negative a here. So we can try negative 4 times negative 4. Negative 4 times negative 4 is positive 16. And negative 4 plus negative 4 is negative a. Put in parentheses. That's the final answer. Now when we see the same thing twice, when we see the same expression twice, if they look exactly the same, we write x minus 4 squared. We get exactly the same answer. When there's no leading coefficient, we can factor the trinomials. Answer is the same. That's an old technique we learned last class. We get the same answer without using the formulas. 4p squared minus 4pq plus q squared. Let's observe. Does it match one of this formula? This is a trinomial. It looks like a squared minus 2ab plus b squared. It looks like the third formula. Let's try to match. First term, 4p squared can be rewritten as 2p squared. 4 is 2 squared. P squared is p squared. Last term, q squared is actually q squared. So a represents 2p. B represents q. How about 2ab? Does 2ab match the middle term? If the 2ab match the middle term, we can use the formula. Otherwise, we can't use it. Does 2ab match the middle term? Let's check. 2 times a times b. 2 times a times b. B represents letter q. A represents 2p. B represents q. So 2ab is 2 times 2p times q. 2 times 2 is 4. P times q is pq. So you match the middle term. We use the third formula. We have a is 2p. We have 2p minus q squared. That's the third formula. Next, 1 over 4 x squared plus 3x plus 9. Let's observe. Does it match? Does it match one of this formula? Does it match one of this formula? 1 over 4 is a perfect square. That's a half square. X squared is x squared. Number 9 is 3 squared. So first term and last term match. First term and the last term match, a squared and b squared. So a is half of x. B is number 3. Does the middle term match 2ab? Does the middle term match 2ab? If we match it, we can use the formula. Otherwise, we can't use it. Does the middle term match? 2 times a times b. A is half of x. B is number 3. Let's multiply. 2 times half times 3. 2 times half times 3. Multiply number first. 2 times half times 3. When we multiply whole number to fraction, we first want to write whole number as a fraction. We write number 2 as 2 over 1. Leave a half the way it is. We can rewrite number 3 as 3 over 1. Then when we multiply the top to the top, bottom to the bottom. On the top, 2 times 1 times 3 is 6. On the bottom, 1 times 2 times 1 is 2. 6 divided by 2 is number 3. So when we multiply the number 2 times half times 3, I get 3. Letter x stays the way it is. So 2ab match 3x, it matches the middle term. We are allowed to use the formula. That's a plus b squared. A is half of x. B is 3. Final answer, a plus b squared. Number 19. 1 over 36 x squared plus sy plus 9y squared. Observe, are they perfect squares? Is the first term perfect squares? 1 over 36 is 1 over 6 squared. That's a perfect square. X squared is x squared. That's a perfect square. So first term is a perfect square. That means a is 1 over 6x. That's a. Last term, is last term perfect square? Number 9 is a perfect square. Y squared is also perfect square. So last term can be rewritten as 3y squared. So b is 3y. A is 1 over 6x. B is 3y. What's 2ab? If 2ab match the middle term, we can use the formula. Otherwise, we can use it. This one looks like the second formula. If 2ab match the middle term, we can use it. Otherwise, we can use it. Let's multiply. 2ab. A is 1 over 6x. B is 3y. Let's multiply. 2 times 1 over 6 times 3. What do we get? 2 times 1 over 6 times 3. When we have whole number multiplied by fraction, we first of all rewrite whole number as fractions. I rewrite 2 as 2 over 1. 1 over 6, I leave it the way it is. Number 3, I write it as 3 over 1. Then I multiply the numerator to the numerator and the denominator to the denominator. 2 times 1 times 3 is 6. On the bottom, 1 times 6 times 1 is also 6. 6 divided by 6 is 1. So when I multiply the numbers, 2 times 1 over 6 times 3, I get 1. X times y is sy. And we know that when the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. So 1 sy is the same as sy. It matches the middle term. If we match the middle term, we can use the formula. If we match the middle term, we can use the formula. So that's a plus b squared. A is 1 over 6x. B is 3y squared. That's the final answer. Next, 4x squared minus 15. 4x squared minus 15x plus 9. Four x squared minus 15x plus 9. It looks like the third formula. It looks like the third formula. 4x squared is a perfect square. 4 can be rewritten as 2 squared. 4 can be rewritten as 2 squared. X squared is x squared. So that's a perfect square. It looks like a is 2x. Last term, number 9 is a perfect square. Number 9 is 3 squared. So it looks like b match number 3. How about 2ab? If 2ab match the middle term, we can use this formula. Otherwise, we can use the formula. What's 2ab? Let's multiply out. 2ab is twice a times b. Twice a times b. Multiply the numbers first. 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 3 is 12. X stays the same. Multiply the number, I get 12x. 12x doesn't match 15x. 12x doesn't match the middle term. Middle term is 15x. It doesn't match. So we are not allowed to use this formula. If the middle term doesn't match, we can use it. So it doesn't match. Doesn't match the formula ax squared minus 2ab plus b squared. It doesn't match this formula. If it doesn't match, we can use this formula. We need to find a different way to work it out. If it doesn't match, we need to find a different way to work it out. Let's start this problem over. If it doesn't match perfect square trinomial, we can use this formula. We need to find a different way to work it out. When there are 3 terms, another choice is AC method. When there are 3 terms, another choice is AC method. Multiply first and last. A times C. A times C is 36. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 36, add to be negative 15. Let's write down all possibilities for 36. 36 can be rewritten as 1 times 36, 2 times 18, 3 times 12, or 4 times 9, or 6 times 6. That's all possibilities. We want two numbers, they multiply to be 36, add to be 15. The only possibility is 3 plus 12 is 15. So let's try 3 12. 3 plus 12 is 15, but here we want negative 15. So I can make both of them negative. Negative 3 plus negative 12 is negative 15. When I multiply, negative 3 times negative 12 is positive 36. So imagine we can use negative 3 and negative 12. So for AC method, I keep first term the same. I keep last term the same. I rewrite the middle term use these two numbers. Negative 3x minus 12x. I rewrite 15x as negative 3, negative 12. Leave variable the same. Keep the variable the same. I rewrite 15 with negative 3 and negative 12. Keep variable the same. Then we have four terms. I can factor this by grouping. For the first two terms, common factor between 4 and 3 is 1. 1 is the only number that divides both 4 and 3. Common variable is x. Common variable is x. And lowest power is power 1. If I pull out 1x, 4 divided by 1 is 4. x squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one stays there. 3 divided by 1 is 3. There's only 1x. If I pull out x, there's no more x. That's the first term. And when the coefficient is 1, usually you don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. The second part, second half. For 12 and 9, the common factor for 12 and 9, common factor is 3. The greatest common factor is 3. For 12 and 9, the greatest common factor is 3. 3 is the only number that divides both numbers. When the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. Then if I pull out negative 3, negative 12 divided by negative 3 is positive 4. X stays the same. Positive 9 divided by negative 3 is negative 3. Then we see that 4x minus 3 is a common factor. 4x minus 3 looks exactly the same. If I pull out 4x minus 3, what's left is x minus 3. So if we can use the formula, we need to use AC method. If we can't use the formula, if it doesn't match any formulas, we need to use AC method to factor trinomials. Next. Two x plus y squared minus 9. 2x plus y squared minus 9. Which formula does it match? Does it match any formula? Does it match any formula? It looks like it matches the first formula. You see that the first part is a perfect square. Second part, number 9, is 3 squared. So it looks like 2x plus y represent A. Number 3 represent B. And it matches the formula. If we match the formula, I can use the formula A plus B times A minus B. So 2x plus y plus 3 and 2x plus y minus 3. A plus B times A minus B. That's how we use the formula. Next. x minus 3y squared minus 16. X minus 3y squared minus 16. Does it match any of these formulas? It looks like the first part is a perfect square. Second part, number 16 is also perfect square. 16 is 4 square. So we have a squared minus b squared. So x minus 3y match a. Number 4 match b. So we have, use the formula a plus b times a minus b. We have x minus 3y plus 4 times x minus 3y minus 4. It's a plus b, a minus b. In general, factoring polynomial is not easy. Sometimes it requires a lot of trial and error. Next, let me give you the general approach for factoring. Next, let me give you a general approach for factoring. First step, no matter how, if possible, always take out the greatest common factor first. For any problem, if there's a common factor, always take it out first. For any problem about factoring, if possible, always take out the greatest common factor first. That's always the first approach. If possible, take out the greatest common factor first. If there's no common factor, consider the following. When there's no common factor, consider the following. If a polynomial if the polynomial has only two terms, then try to use difference of perfect square. This formula. A squared minus b squared equal to a plus b times a minus b. If a polynomial has only two terms, we can try to use difference of perfect squares. If the polynomial has three terms, we can try to use AC method. Try to use AC method first. If it's too hard to work it out, you can try to use perfect square trinomials. Try AC method first. If it's too hard to work it out, you can try to use perfect square trinomials. perfect square trinomial is this one. A squared plus 2ab plus b squared equal to a plus b squared, and a squared minus 2ab plus b squared. If polynomial has three terms, we can try to use AC method or perfect square trinomial. These two formulas, they are called perfect square trinomials. Number 4. If a polynomial has four terms, if a polynomial has four or more terms, but for this class, all we can see is at most four terms. But in general, when polynomial has four or more terms, try to factor by grouping. When a polynomial has four or more terms, try to factor by grouping. But for this class, the most we see is four terms. We won't see more than four terms. But for all your future class, when you see four or more terms, we try to factor by groupings. Now, let's look at the following examples. Factor completely. Factor completely means we may take multiple steps for factoring. First one, 42x to the power 3 plus 45 x squared y minus 27 xy squared. So when you see a problem, first step, if possible, always try to take out common factors. When you try to factor in the first step, always try to take out common factor if possible. Always try to take out common factor. Look at 42, 45, 27. Do they have any common factor? So 42, 45, 27, 3 is the common factor. 3 divides all three numbers. 3 is the common factor. Is there any common letters? It looks like letter x is common. If I pull out x, I choose the lowest power. We have power 3, power 2, power 1. Lowest power is power 1. So 3x is the common factor. If I pull out 3x, what's left here? 42 divided by 3 is 14. X to the power 3 means there's 3x. If I pull out one of them, there are two more left here. Second term, 45 divided by 3 is 15. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left here. Letter y stays the same. Next, 27 divided by 3 is 9. There's only one x. If I pull out x, there's no more x. Since I only pull out x, y squared stays the same. Now when we see three terms, we can try to use AC method. When we see three terms, we can try to use AC method. Take first times last. Positive 14 times negative 9. Positive 14 times negative 9 is negative 126. Positive 14 times negative 9. 9 times 4 is 36. Carry 3 over. 9 times 1 is 10. 9 times 1 is 9. 9 plus 3 is 12. Write down 2, carry 1 over. So I got 126. 14 times 9. 14 times negative 9 is negative 126. Now I try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 126. Add to be 15. I try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 126. Add to be 15. This number is big. Let's write down all possibilities. 126, I can write it as 1 times 126. 2 times 63. 3 times 42. 6 times 21. 7 times 18. And 9 times 14. That's all possibilities. That's all possibility for 126. Now I try to find two numbers that they multiply, they add to be 15. They multiply to be negative 126. They add to be 15. You can try. Try to add and subtract. See which pair give you 15. Try to add and subtract. Here we see that 21 minus 6 is 15. So I can try to use this pair here. 6 and 21. Since I try to obtain positive 15, I can try negative 6 positive 21. Negative 6 plus positive 21 is positive 15. And negative 6 times positive 21 is negative 126. This pair works. So I try to rewrite the middle term, replace the middle term with these two terms, using these two numbers. I leave the first term the same. I try to replace the middle term with these two terms. Minus 6 sy plus 21 sy minus 9y squared. I replace the middle term with negative 6 and 21 with the same variables. Then we have four terms. We can factor by grouping. When there are four terms, we can try to factor by grouping. For the first two terms, take out the common factor. For 14 and 6, common factor is 2. Common letter is x. And choose a lower power for x. X squared and x, lower power is power 1. So 2x is the common factor. Now, what's left? If I pull out 2x, what's left here? 14 divided by 2 is 7. S squared means there are 2x. If I pull out one of them, there's one more left here. Second term, 6 divided by 2 is 3. If I pull out x, there's only one x. If I pull out x, there's no more x. But since I only pull out x, y stays there. That's the first half. Second half, 21 and 9. Take out common factor for 21 and 9, which is 3. Common variable is y. Common variable is y. If I pull out y, 3y is a common factor. 21 divided by 3 is 7. For the first term, if I only pull out y, there's only one y. If I only pull out y, there's no more y. But x stays the same. For the second term, 9 divided by 3 is 3. Y squared means there are two y's multiplied together. If I pull out one of the y, the other y stays there. So the common factor here is 7x minus 3y. Common factor is 7x minus 3y. If I pull out 7x minus 3y, what's left is 2x plus 3y. If I pull out 7x minus 3y, what's left is 2x plus 3y. That's the answer, but don't forget 3x in the front. Don't forget 3x in the front. Bring it down. That's the final answer. This is the final answer. So sometimes for factoring, it takes multiple steps. Next, 60p to the power of 3 plus 28p squared q minus 16p q squared. So when you see a problem, for factoring, when you see a problem, we always try to take out common factor first, if possible. Always try to take out common factor first, if possible. So look at 60, 28, 16. Is there any common factor? 60, 28, 16. It looks like the greatest common factor is 4. 4 is the largest number that divides all three numbers. And common letter is P. Common letter is P. For letter P, we choose the lowest power. We have power 3, power 2, power 1. Lowest power is power 1. So pull out 4P. If I pull out 4P, 60 divided by 4 is 15. P cubed means there are 3 P's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, we have 2 more left here. Second term. 28 divided by 4 is 7. P squared means there are 2 P's. If I take out one of them, we have 1 more P, 1 P left. Since I only take out P, so Q stays the same. Third term. 16 divided by 4 is 4. There's only 1 P. If I take out P, there's no P left. Since I only take out P, Q squared stays the same. Now here we have a trinomial. When we see a trinomial, we can try to use AC method. A times C. 15 times negative 4 is negative 60. 15 times negative 4 is negative 60. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 60 and add to be positive 7. We try to find two numbers that they multiply to be negative 60 and add to be positive 7. 60 is a big number. Let's write down all possibilities first. 60 can be written as 1 times 60, or 2 times 30, or 3 times 20, or 4 times 15, or 5 times 12, or 6 times 10. That's all possibilities for 60. That's all possibilities for 60. Now, we try to find out which pair add and subtract to be 7. Which pair, when I add and subtract, I can get 7. I try to find out which pair, when I add and subtract, I can get 7. Here, it looks like 12 minus 5 is 7. 12 minus 5 is 7. Let's try 5 and 12. I try to make positive 7 here, so I can try negative 5, positive 12. Negative 5 plus positive 12 is positive 7. Negative 5 times positive 12 is negative 60. So negative 5 and positive 12 works. Now I try to rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. I leave first term the same. Replace the middle term with these two terms with same variables. You can try minus 5 PQ plus 12 PQ. Leave the last term the same. Now we have 4 terms. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. For the first half, take out common factor. For 15 and 5, common factor is 5. That's the largest number that divides both numbers. Common letter is P. For letter P, choose a lower power. Lower power is power 1. If I take out 5P, 15 divided by 5 is 3. P squared means there are 2 P's multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, another one left here. Second term, 5 divided by 5 is 1. There's only 1 P. If I take out P, then no P left. Since I only take out P, Q stays the same. So I get 3P minus 1Q. And when the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. 1Q is the same as Q. So I write 3P minus Q. For the second half, common factor between 12 and 4 is 4. That's the largest number that divides both 12 and 4. Then common letter is Q. If I pull out 4Q, for the first term, 12 divided by 4 is 3. Since I only take out Q, then P stays the same. Take out 1Q, then there's no Q left. Second term, 4 divided by 4 is 1. And there are 2 Q's. If I take out one of the Q's, we have 1 cube left. And we know that when the coefficient is 1, we can eliminate 1. 1 cube is the same as q. Then we can see that 3p minus q is common factor. 3p minus q is common factor. If I pull out 3p minus q, what's left is 5p plus 4q. And don't forget 4p in the front. Don't forget 4p in the front. That's the final answer. Next, negative 24 x to the power 3 y squared minus 6x squared y cubed plus 18xy to the power 4. So when you try to factor a polynomial in the first step, always try to take out greatest common factor if possible. Always try to take out the greatest common factor. We have 24, 6, and 18. The greatest common factor is 6. That's the largest number that divides all three numbers. Then we try to find out common letters. S is common. For letter X, lowest power is power 1. Letter Y is common. For letter Y, the lowest power is power 2. So take out 6sy squared. But be very, very careful with one thing. If the first term is negative, we need to take out negative sign. If the first term is negative, we always need to take out the negative sign. So take out negative 6sy squared. First term, negative 24 divided by negative 6 is positive 4. There are 3x. If I pull out one of them, we have 2 more left. Y squared means there's only 2 y's. I take out 2 y's, then there's no y left. Second term, negative 6 divided by negative 6 is positive 1. There are 2x. If I take out one of them, we have 1 more x left. Y cubed means there are 3 y's. If I pull out 2 of them, there's 1 more left here. And for any term, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. For any term, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So leave the answer as x times y. Last term. Positive 18 divided by negative 6 is negative 3. Positive 18 divided by negative 6 is negative 3. There's only 1x. If I pull out 1x, then there's no x left. Y to the power 4 means there are 4 y's multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, we have 2 more left here. Now we have 3 terms here. When there are 3 terms, we can try to use AC method. Take the first times the last. 4 times negative 3. That's negative 12. Can we find 2 numbers that may multiply to be negative 12 and they add to be positive 1? In the middle, if there's no coefficient, when some coefficient is 1, can we find 2 numbers that they multiply to be negative 12 and add to be 1? We can try, for 12, we can try 3 and 4. We want to multiply to be negative 12, add to be positive 1. So we can try negative 3 and positive 4. Negative 3 plus 4 is positive 1. Negative 3 times positive 4 is negative 12. So negative 3 and positive 4 works. This trinomial can be rewritten as 4x squared minus 3xy. We use the same variable. Plus 4xy. We use the same variable. We use these 2 numbers with the same variable in the middle. And last term stays the same. Now we have 4 terms. We can try to factor by grouping. For the first 2 terms, take out the common factor. For 4 and 3, the greatest common factor is 1. And x is a common variable. Pull x. Pick the lowest power. For letter x, lowest power is power 1. Then, if I pull out 1x, what's left is 4 divided by 1 is 4. x squared means there are 2x. If I pull out one of them, we have one more left here. Second term, 3 divided by 1 is 3. There's only 1x. If I pull out x, there's no x left. But there's 1y here. Since I only pull out x, y stays the same. Then for 1x, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. For 1x, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So 1x is the same as x. That's the first half. For the second half, take out the common factor. For the second half, take out the common factor. For 4 and 3, the greatest common factor is 1. The common letter is y. If I pull out 1y, what's left here? 4 divided by 1 is 4. Since I only pull out y, x stays the same. Second term, 3 divided by 1 is 3. Y squared means there are 2 y's. If I pull out one of them, the other one stays there. Then we know 1y, when the coefficient is 1, 1y is the same as 1. Sorry, 1y is the same as y. 1y is the same as y. Now you can see that here. Common factor is 4x minus 3y. Common factor is 4x minus 3y. If I pull out 4x minus 3y, what's left is x plus y. If I pull out 4x minus 3y, what's left is x plus y. Then for the final answer, don't forget negative 6xy squared. This stays in front of the parentheses. Don't forget this. This stays in front of the parentheses. Don't forget the common factor. Negative 6xy squared. This stays in the front of the parentheses. And that's the final answer. Next. Negative 30 x to the power 4 y plus 35 s cubed y squared plus 15 x squared y cubed. Negative 30 x to the power 4 y plus 35 s cubed y squared plus 15 x squared y cubed. First step, we try to take out the greatest common factor. For 30, 35, and 15, the greatest common factor is 5. That's the largest number that divides all three numbers. Then common letter, here x is common. S is common. Pick the lowest power. For letter x, choose the lowest power. Lowest power is power 2. And letter y is also common. Lowest power for the letter y is power 1. And since the leading term is negative, we pull out negative sign. Since the leading term is negative, we must pull out negative sign. So pull out negative 5x squared y. So first term, negative 30 divided by negative 5 is positive 6. X to the power 4 means there are 4x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, we have 2 more left. There's only 1 y. If I pull out y, then there's no y left in the first term. Second term, positive 35 divided by negative 5, it will be negative 7. Positive 35 divided by negative 5 is negative 7. X to the power 3 means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, there's 1 more x left here. Y squared means there are 2 y's multiplied together. If I pull out 1 of them, the other one left there. Third term, positive 15 divided by negative 5. Positive 15 divided by negative 5. That's negative 3. S squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out both x, there are no x left. Y to the power 3 means there are 3 y's multiplied together. If I pull out 1 of them, we have 2 more left. Now we have 3 terms. When we see 3 terms multiplied together, we can try to use the AC method. A times C, 6 times negative 3 is negative 18. Can we find 2 numbers that they multiply to be negative 18 and they add to to be -7. For number 18, we can write down all possibilities. 18, we can write 1 times 18, 2 times 9, 3 times 6. That's the only possibility for 18. It looks like 9 minus 2 is 7. So let's try 2 and 9. We try to get -7 here. So we can try +2 and -9. Positive 2 plus -9 is -7. When we multiply, +2 times -9 is -18. So +2 and -9 works. Keep the first term the same, keep the last term the same. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. We can write plus 2 as y, minus 9 as y, minus 3y squared. First term and last term stays the same. Rewrite the middle term using these two numbers. And the variable stays the same. In the middle, the variable stays the same. Now we have 4 terms. We can factor by grouping. When we have 4 terms, we can factor this by grouping. For the first half, 6x squared plus 2xy. Take our common factor. For 6 and 2, common factor is 2. Common letter is x. Common letter is x. If I pull out 2x, 6 divided by 2 is 3. X squared, for x squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of an x, what's left is the other x. Second term, 2 divided by 2 is 1. There's only one x. If I pull out x, there's no more x. Since I only pull out x, letter y stays there. We get 3x plus 1y. And when the coefficient is 1, when we're doing factoring, when the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. So we have 1y equal to y. 1y is the same as y. Second half. Common factor between 9 and 3 is 3. And common letter is y. Common variable is y. For letter y, the lower power is 1. So I pull out 3y. Since the leading term is negative, I pull out negative sign. So I pull out negative 3y. First term, negative 9 divided by negative 3 is positive 3. That's only one x. So I didn't take out x, I leave it there. There's only one y. If I take out one y, there's no y left. Second part, negative 3 divided by negative 3 is positive 1. Y squared means there are 2 y's multiplied together. If I pull out one of the y's, the other y stays there. And when coefficient is 1, 1y is the same as y. 1y is the same as y. 1y is the same as y. So we get 3x plus y. 3x plus y. That's the common factor. 3x plus y is the common factor. If I pull out the common factor 3x plus y, what's left is, if I pull out 3x plus y, what's left is 2x minus 3y. What's left is 2x minus 3y. Then don't forget negative 5x squared y in front of the parentheses. Don't forget negative 5x squared y in front of the parentheses. This is your final answer. This is your final answer. Next one. 5x to the power 4 minus 80y to the power 4. When we are doing factoring, first step, always take out the greatest common factor first. If possible, always take out the greatest common factor first. Here, for 5 and 80, you can see that 5 is the greatest common factor. If I pull out 5, 5 divided by 5 is 1. X to the power 4 stays the same. 80 divided by 4 is 16. Y to the power 4 stays the same. And remember, when the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. So keep as x to the power 4. Now we have two terms. When there are two terms, we can try to use difference of perfect squares. When there are two terms, we can try to use the formula difference of perfect squares. X to the power 4 can be written as x squared squared. 16 is 4 squared. Y to the power 4 is y squared squared. So 16y to the power 4 can be rewritten as 4y squared squared. 16 is 4 squared. Then imagine the formula here. X squared represents A, 4y squared represents B. So if I use the formula, I have x squared minus 4y plus 4y squared, A plus B, times x squared plus 4y squared times A minus B. That's x squared minus 4y squared. If you observe the formula again, we can see that x squared minus 4y squared, it matches the formula. It almost matches the formula again. X squared is x squared. 4 is 2 squared. Y squared is actually y times y. So I can write it as 2y squared. Now imagine the formula again. X represents A, 2y represents B. So if I use the formula A plus B times A minus B, I have x plus 2y times x minus 2y. And then don't forget the first parenthesis. X squared plus 4y. Don't forget number 5 in front of the parentheses. That's the final answer. This is the final answer to this problem. Next. (64) s to the power 4 minus 4t to the power 4. 64 s to the power 4 minus 4t to the power 4. First step, for factoring, always try to take out the greatest common factor if possible. Always try to take out the greatest common factor first. So here, the greatest common factor for 64 and 4 is 4. That's the largest number that divides both numbers. Then 64 divided by 4 is 16. S to the power 4 stays the same. The second term, 4 divided by 4 is 1. T to the power 4 stays the same. And we know that when the coefficient is 1, 1 t to the power 4 is the same as t to the power 4. Usually we don't write 1 here. We write t to the power 4. Then we can see that 16 is a perfect square. S to the power 4 is s squared. T to the power 4 is t squared. Then imagine the formula of perfect square, difference of perfect square. 4s squared represents A, t squared represents B. If we use the formula, we have 4s squared minus t squared plus t squared. 4s squared minus t squared. Then we can see that the second half match this expression here. A squared minus b squared. 4 is 2 squared. S squared. T is t squared. Then imagine the formula again. We have 2s represent A, t represent B. So we have 2s plus t times 2s minus t. Bring the first parenthesis down. 4s squared plus t squared. Bring number 4 down. This is the final answer. 4 times this. That's the final answer. Next. 9y minus 9c minus x squared y plus x squared c. When there are 4 terms, again, we try to take out greatest common factor if possible. We try to take out the greatest common factor. Now you see that in the last 2 terms there are no numbers, so there's no common factor for numbers. Do we see any common letters? There's no common letters. S is not here. S is not in the first 2 terms, so S is not common. There are no common factors. So if there's no common factor, we try to factor by grouping. When there are 4 terms, we try to factor by grouping. So I group the first 2 terms together, group the last 2 terms together. For the first 2 terms, I can take out a common factor 9. 9 is the greatest common factor. If I pull out 9, I have y minus c. If I pull out 9, I have y minus c. For the second half, s squared is the common factor. For the second half, s squared is the common factor. Since the leading term is negative, I pull out negative sign. So I pull out negative s squared. So for the first part, if I pull out negative s squared, what's left is letter y. For the second part, positive sign divided by negative sign is negative. If I pull out s squared, what's left is c. Then we can see that y minus c is common factor. Y minus c is common factor. If I pull out y minus c, what's left is 9 minus x squared. If I pull out y minus c, what's left is 9 minus s squared. Now my question is, are we done? Are we done with this problem? Are we done with this problem? Observe this term here. 9 minus x squared. 9 is a perfect square. S squared is a perfect square. So we still match the formula a squared minus b squared. I can write 9 as 3 squared minus x squared. So 3 represents a, x represents b. We have 3 plus x, 3 minus x. That's the formula. A plus b times a minus b. That's the formula. A plus b times a minus b. Then keep the first parenthesis the same. That's the final answer. That's the final answer. Next. X to the power 5 minus 2x to the power 4 plus 4x to the power 3 minus ax squared. So if there's common factor for factoring, if there's common factor, always take out a common factor first. If there's common factor, always take out a common factor first. So here, there's no common factor for numbers, but for letters, letter x is common. We pick the lowest power. We have 5, 4, 3, 2. Lowest power is power 2. If I pull out x squared, what's left is, in the first term, x to the power 5 means there are 5x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, we have 3 more left. Second term, number 2 stays the same. X to the power 4 means there are 4x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, we have 2 more left. Third term, number 4 stays the same. X to the power 3 means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, there's 1 more left. Last term, negative a stays the same. X squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out x squared, there's no x left. So now we have 4 terms. Now we have 4 terms here. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. When there are 4 terms, we can try to factor by grouping. For the first 2 terms, common factor is x squared. If I pull out x squared, we have x. X cubed means there are 3x multiplied together. If I pull out 2 of them, there's 1 more left here. For the second part, if I take out x squared, what's left is number 2. Next, 4x minus a. Common factor is 4. If I pull out 4, 4x divided by 4 is 1. X stays the same. Negative 8 divided by 4 is 2. Negative 8 divided by 4 is negative 2. And when the coefficient is 1, usually we don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. We have x minus 2 here. Now we can see that x minus 2 is the common factor. If I pull out s minus 2, what's left is s squared plus 4. Then don't forget x squared. Bring x squared down. Are we done? Is this the final answer? Can we factor s squared plus 4? S squared plus 4, does it match this formula? This formula has a squared minus b squared. But we have s squared plus 4. This is addition. This is addition. It doesn't match this formula here. It doesn't match this formula. So this is not factorable. And that's your final answer. Since x squared plus 4 is not factorable, that's the final answer. Don't forget this s squared. That's the final answer. Next, I'll show you solve equation by factoring. Solving equation by factoring. First example, 2x minus 1 times x plus 6 equal to 0. If two functions, they multiply to be 0, then we set each of them equal to 0, solve for x. If two functions, they multiply to be 0, then they must both be 0. We set each of them equal to 0, solve the equation for x. Set each of them equal to 0, solve for x. For the first one, add 1 to both sides. On the left side, positive 1, negative 1 can cancel, we get 2x by itself. On the right side, 0 plus 1 is 1. Then to get s by itself, I divide both sides by 2. S equal to half. The other one, I can subtract 6 from both sides. Positive 6 and negative 6 can cancel, we get s by itself. On the right side, 0 plus negative 6 is negative 6. So there are two solutions. Either s equal to a half or s equal to negative 6. There are two solutions. Either s equal to half or s equal to negative 6. Next one. Three x minus 1 times s plus 5 equal to 0. When two functions, they multiply to be 0. When two functions, they multiply to be 0, we set each of them equal to 0, then solve for x. Set each of them equal to 0, and solve each of them individually. I set 3s minus 1 equal to 0. I set s plus 4 equal to 0. Then in order to get s by itself, I can add 1 to both sides. On the left side, positive 1, negative 1 can cancel, we get 3s by itself. On the right side, 0 plus 1 is 1. In order to get s by itself, I divide both sides by 3. On the left side, positive 3 on the top and the bottom can cancel, we get s by itself. On the right side, 1 divided by 3 is 1/3. They cannot be divided, so I leave it the way it is. Second equation, I can subtract 5 from both sides. On the left side, positive 5 and negative 5 can cancel, we get s by itself. On the right side, 0 plus 5. 0 plus negative 5 is negative 5. So there are two solutions, s equal to 1 over 3 or s equal to negative 5. Next, x squared minus plus 5x plus 6 equal to 0. X squared plus 5x plus 6 equal to 0. Now, When we see a polynomial, we try to factor the polynomial. Factor the polynomial, write it in multiplication form, then set if each part equal to 0, then solve for x. When we see a polynomial, we factor each part, then set both of them equal to 0. Can we factor this? When there's no leading coefficient, we can split x squared, put x in the parentheses. Then try to find two numbers that multiply to be 6, add to be 5. Try to find two numbers that multiply to be 6, to be positive 6, add to be positive 5. We can try to use positive 2 and positive 3. When we multiply, 2 times 3 is 6. Positive 2 plus positive 3 is positive 5. And we can put 2 and 3 in the parentheses. Now we have two functions, multiply to be 0. I can set each of them equal to 0, solve for x. I set each of them equal to 0. I set x plus 2 equal to 0, x plus 3 equal to 0. Set each of them equal to 0, then solve for x. For the first equation, I can subtract 2 from both sides. I can x equal to negative 2. For the second equation, I can subtract 3 from both sides. On the left side, positive 3, negative 2 can cancel. I can x by itself. On the right side, 0 plus negative 3 is negative 3. So there are two solutions. S equal to negative 2 or S equal to negative 3. There are two solutions here. Next. (6x squared minus x minus 2 equal to 0). When we see a polynomial, we try to factor. When we see a polynomial, we try to factor. But this is a trinomial, and there is a leading coefficient. This is a trinomial, and there is a leading coefficient. We try to factor by grouping. We try to use AC method, then factor by grouping. When there is a leading coefficient with a trinomial, we try to use AC method. So multiply first to the last. A times C. Positive 6 times negative 12 is negative. Positive 6 times negative 2 is negative 12. Positive 6 times negative 2 is negative 12. Try to find two numbers that they multiply. Try to find two numbers. They multiply to be negative 12. Add to be negative 1. If there's no coefficient, coefficient is 1. This should be number 4. And that one should be number 3. Find two numbers. They multiply to be negative 12. Add to be negative 1. For 12, we can try 3 and 4. In order to add to be negative 1, I can make positive 3, negative 4. Positive 3 plus negative 4 is negative 1. Then match the middle term. Positive 3 times negative 4 is negative 12. Then match the AC. So I can keep the first term, remove the middle term, replace it with these two numbers. Plus 3x minus 4x, use the same variables. Leave last term the same. Now we get 4 terms. We can group 2 terms together, then factor by grouping. For 6x squared and 3x, take out common factor. For 6 and 3, common factor is 3. For 6 and 3, common factor is 3. Common letter is x, pull out x. If I pull out 3x, 6 divided by 3 is 2. S squared means there are 2x. S squared means there are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of an x, the other x left. Then plus 3 divided by 3 is 1. X, if there's only one x, I pull out one x, there's no x left. Second half, for 4 and 2, common factor is 2. Since the first term is negative, since the leading term is negative, we pull out negative sign. Then what's left here? Negative 4 divided by negative 2 is 2. X stays the same. Negative 2 divided by negative 2 is positive 1. Then we can see that here, 2x plus 1 is common factor. 2x plus 1 is common factor, I can pull it outside. If I pull out 2x plus 1, what's left is 3x minus 2. Then we have two functions, they multiply to be 0. When we have two functions multiply to be 0, set each of them equal to 0. Set each of them equal to 0. Solve each equation individually. First equation, I can subtract 1 from both sides. From the first equation, subtract 1 from both sides. I get 2x by itself on the left side. On the right side, 0 plus -1 is -1. Then, in order to get x by itself, I divide both sides by 2. So x equal to -1 over 2. Solve the other equation. I can add 2 to both sides. When I add 2 to both sides, on the left side, positive 2, negative 2 get cancelled. We get 3x by itself. On the right side, 0 plus 2 is 2. In order to get x by itself, I divide both sides by 3. So on the left side, number 3 on the top and the bottom get cancelled. We get x by itself. On the right side, 2 over 3 is irreducible. I leave it the way it is. And the final answer is s equal to -1 over 2 or s equal to 2 over 3. That's the final answer. Next, y squared minus 5y equal to 0. So we try to factor this polynomial first. When we see a polynomial equal to 0, we try to factor first. When we try to factor, first of all, try to take our common factor first if possible. Y squared and 5y, you see, letter y is a common factor. If I pull out y, what's left here? Y squared means there are two y's multiplied together. If I pull out one of the y's, the other y stays there. For the second half, if I pull out y, number 5 stays there. Now we have two parts. We have two functions multiplied to be 0. Y times y minus 5 equals 0. When we have two parts multiplied to be 0, we set each of them equal to 0. We have y equal to 0 and y minus 5 equal to 0. Y equal to 0, y minus 5 equal to 0. This equation already has y by itself. We don't need to solve it. It already has y by itself. We don't need to solve it. For the second equation, if we want to solve for y, I can add 5 to both sides. So on the left side here, -5 positive 4 get cancelled, we get y by itself. On the right side, 0 plus 5 is 5. So there are two solutions, either y equal to 0 or y equal to 5. There are two solutions. Either y equal to 0 or y equal to 5. Next, 9x squared minus 25 equal to 0. 9x squared minus 25 equal to 0. First of all, you can see that they are both perfect squares. When there are two terms, if there's no common factor, we try to use the formula difference of perfect squares. Observe here, number 9 is a perfect square. X squared is a perfect square. So 9x squared can be rewritten as 3x squared. Number 24 is a perfect square. I can write it as 5 squared. Then that's difference of perfect squares. That's difference of perfect squares. A squared minus b squared, I can write it as a plus b times a minus b. So we have 3x plus 5, 3x minus 5 equal to 0. Then when we have two functions multiplied to be 0, set each of them equal to 0. Set 3x plus 5 equal to 0. And set 3x minus 5 equal to 0. On the first equation, we can subtract 5 from both sides. So 3x equal to -5. Then I can divide both sides by 3. S equal to -5 over 3. S equal to -5 over 3. solve the other equation, I can add 5 to both sides. I get 3x by itself. Then, in order to get s by itself, I can divide both sides by 3. So s equal to 5 over 3. Since 5 over 3 is irreducible, I leave it the way it is. So the final answer, s equal to negative 5 over 3, or s equal to positive 5 over 3. There are two solutions. Next, 36x squared minus 9 equal to 0. 36x squared minus 9 equal to 0. So when there are two terms, we try to take out common factor first. When there are two terms, we try to take out common factor first. Take out common factor for 36 and 9. 9 is a common factor. If I pull out 9, I have 36 divided by 9 is 4. S squared stays the same. 9 divided by 9 is 1. Now we can see that they are perfect squares. 4 is 2 squared. So 4s squared can be rewritten as 2s squared. Number 1 is 1 squared. Let's match the formula of perfect square. A squared minus b squared. Let's match the formula of perfect square. A squared minus b squared. So if I use the formula, I have a plus b times a minus b. 2x plus 1 times 2x minus 1. Don't forget number 9. Don't forget number 9. We bring it down. Set equal to 0. Well, number 9 cannot be 0. So we don't care about number 9. Number 9 cannot be 0. Solve these two equations. 2x plus 1 may be 0. 2x minus 1 may be 0. So solve the equation. 2x plus 1 equal to 0, and 2x minus 1 equal to 0. For the first equation, I can subtract 1 from both sides. Make 2x equal to negative 1. Next, I can divide both sides by 2. So s equal to negative half. Solve the second equation, I can add 1 to both sides. I have 2s equal to 1. In order to get s by itself, I can divide both sides by 2. S equal to half. So I have two solutions. S equal to negative half, or s equal to half. There are two solutions here. Next example. 2x squared minus 1 equal to negative x. 2x squared minus 1 equal to negative x. In order to factor polynomial, we must make one side of the equation 0. In order to factor both equations, in order to factor an equation and set both parts equal to 0, we need to make one side of the equation equal to 0. If it's not 0 here, we need to move over, make it 0. So move x over, plus x. Move over. If I move s over, I have 0 on the right side. On the left side, write the answer in descending order. Try to combine like term first. If there's no like term to be combined, put in descending order. If there's no like term to be combined, put in descending order. Power 2, power 1, and no power. So put in descending order first. So when you see an equation, if one side is not 0, make it 0 first, then we can factor. If one side is not 0, make it 0 first, then we try to factor. 2x squared plus x minus 1. When there's a leading coefficient, when you have a trinomial and it has a leading coefficient, try to use AC method. Try to use AC method. A times C here, 2 times -1 is -2. Can we find two numbers that they multiply to be -2 and they add to be +1? Can we find two numbers that they multiply to be -2 and they add to be +1? For number 2, the only possibility is 1 and 2. The only possibility is 1 and 2. Since I want to get +1 here, I can make -1 +2. -1 plus +2 is +1. -1 plus +2 is +1. -1 times +2 is -2. Then I can use AC method. Remove the middle term. Replace it with these two numbers with the same coefficient, with the same variables. -1x plus 2x minus 1. Now we have four terms. Factor by grouping. Now we have four terms. Factor by grouping. For the first two terms, take a common factor. Common factor between 2 and 1 is 1. Common factor between x squared and x. The common letter is x. Lower power is power 1. If I pull out 1x, 2 divided by 1 is 2. X squared means there are 2x. There are 2x multiplied together. If I pull out one of them, the other one left here. Then second term, 1 divided by 1 is 1. If there's only 1x and I pull out x, there's no more x left. So you get 1x times 2x minus 1. And if the coefficient is 1, usually with 1x is the same as x. If the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. 1x is the same as x. So 1x is the same as x. For the second half, 2x and minus 1, common factor is 1. If I pull out 1, 2 divided by 1 is 2. X stays the same. 1 divided by 1 is 1, equal to 0. Now we can see that here, common factor is 2x minus 1. Common factor is 2x minus 1. If I pull out 2x minus 1, what's left is x plus 1. If I pull out 2x minus 1, what's left is x plus 1. Now we have two polynomials multiplied to be 0. Now I can separate it. So it's very important in the first step. If it's not 0 on the right side, make 0 first. That's very important in the first step. You need to make 0 here. So if it's not 0 on the right side, make 0 first. If it's not 0 on the right side, make 0 first. Now simplify. But when we have two functions multiplied to be 0, I set each of them equal to 0. I set 2x minus 1 equal to 0. I set s plus 1 equal to 0. When we have two functions multiplied to be 0, set each of them equal to 0. And solve each equation individually. For the first equation, I can add 1 to both sides. On the left side, positive 1, negative 1 can cancel, get 2s by itself. On the right side, 0 plus 1 is 1. In order to get s by itself, I divide both sides by 2. And on the left side, number 2 on the top and the bottom can cancel, get s by itself. On the right side, 1 over 2 is half. For the other equation, I can subtract 1 from both sides. S equal to negative 1. So there are two solutions. S equal to half, or S equal to negative 1. Next example. 4y squared minus 11y equal to 3. So when we solve the equation by factoring, if the right side is not 0, try to make it 0 first. If the right side is not 0, try to make it 0 first. Okay, subtract 3 from both sides. Subtract 3 from both sides. So here on the right side, it becomes 0. On the left side, try to combine like term first. If we can't combine like term, put it in descending order. If we can't combine like terms, put it in descending order. Now we have a trinomial here. We have 3 terms here. And there's a leading coefficient. We need to use AC method. Use AC method for this problem. A times C. AC. 4 times -3 is -12. Try to find 2 numbers that may multiply to be -12, add to be -11. Try to find 2 numbers that may multiply to be -12 and add to be -11. We can try to use 1 and 12. We try to get -11, so I can try +1, -12. +1 plus -12 is -11, and +1 times -12 is -12. So -11y can be rewritten as +1y minus 12y minus 3 equal to 0. Now we have 4 terms, factored by grouping. For the first 2 terms, take out common factor. Common factor between 4 and 1 is 1. Common factor between y and y squared. Y is a common letter. We choose a lower power. Lower power is 1. So take out 1y. If I take out 1y, 4 divided by 1 is 4. Y squared means there are 2 y's multiplied together. If I pull out one of the y, the other y left there. Plus 1 divided by 1 is 1. If I pull out y, there's only 1 y. If I pull out y, there's no y left. So I get 1y times 4y plus 1. And remember, for any polynomial, if the coefficient is 1, we drop 1. For any polynomial, if the coefficient is 1, we drop 1. So 1y is the same as y. One y is the same as y. Now second half. For the second half, for -12 and -3, take out common factor. For 12 and 3, common factor is 3. If I pull out 3, 1 second, since the leading term is negative, pull out -3. Since the leading term is negative, we need to pull out negative sign. Now if I pull out -3, -12 divided by -3 is +4. Letter y stays the same. And then second term, -3 divided by -3 is +1. Now we can see that 4y plus 1 is a common factor. 4y plus 1 is a common factor. If I pull out 4y plus 1, what's left is y minus 3. Now when we have 2 functions multiplied to be 0, we set each of them equal to 0. Set each of them equal to 0. Set each of them equal to 0. Solve each one individually. Solve each one individually. From the first one, subtract 1 from both sides. We get 4y equal to -1. Then I can divide both sides by 4. Y equal to -1/4. For the second equation, I can add 3 to both sides. So y equal to 3. Final answer, y equal to -1/4 or y equal to 3. Next. Next example. 4x squared equal to 1. 4x squared equal to 1. First of all, if the right side is not 0, try to make it 0 first. Here I can subtract 1 from both sides. On the right side, 1 minus 1 becomes 0. On the left side, try to combine like terms. If we cannot combine like term, put it in descending order. 4x squared minus 1. If we can't combine like term, put it in descending order. That means the term of higher power comes first. Then try to factor. 4x squared. 4 is a perfect square. 2 squared is 4. So we can write it as 2x squared. Number 1 is also perfect square. 1 squared is 1. Then if they are both perfect squares, it's in the form of a squared minus b squared. So use the formula a plus b times a minus b, we have 2s plus 1 times 2s minus 1 equal to 0. If two functions multiply to be 0, we set each of them equal to 0. Set 2s plus 1 equal to 0, and set 2s minus 1 equal to 0. Solve each equation individually. When we solve the first equation, subtract 1 from both sides, we have 2s equal to negative 1. Then I can divide both sides by 2. S equal to negative 1 over 2. The other equation, I can add 1 to both sides. 2s equal to 1. In order to get s by itself, I divide both sides by 2. On the left side, number 2 can cancel, I get s by itself. On the right side, 1 divided by 2 is not divisible, I leave it as 1 over 2. So the solution is s equal to negative 1 over 2 or s equal to 1 over 2. There are two solutions. Next example. (3m squared equal to am). 3m squared equal to am. First of all, if the right side is not 0, try to make it 0 first. If the right side is not 0, try to make it 0 first. So I can subtract am from both sides. So right side becomes 0. On the left side, 3m squared and am, they are non-like terms. They cannot be combined. I leave in the way it is. 3m squared and am, they are non-like terms. They don't have the same power. They cannot be combined. I leave in the way it is. Next, I can try to factor. I can pull out m. M is a common factor. Lower power is 1. If I pull out m, number 3 stays the same. M squared means there are 2x, there are 2m multiplied together. If I pull out one of the m, the other m stays there. Minus a. In the second term, a stays the same. Second term has only one m. If I pull out m, there's no more m. So when two functions multiply to be 0, set each of them equal to 0. M equal to 0 and 3m minus a equal to 0. In the first equation, we already have m by itself, so there's no need to solve it. In the first equation, we already have m by itself. There's no need to solve it. For the second equation, we need to get m by itself. I can add a to both sides. On the left side, positive a, negative a can cancel, we get 3m by itself. On the right side, 0 plus a is a. In order to get m by itself, I divide both sides by 3. So on the left side, m on the top and the bottom can cancel. 3 on the top and the bottom can cancel, we get m by itself. On the right side, we have a over 3. So there are two solutions. Either m equal to 0 or m equal to a over 3. There are two solutions. Either m equal to 0 or m equal to a over 3. Number 12. 5x squared plus 36 equal to 12x plus 4x squared. So if the right side is not 0, we will solve the equation. If the right side is not 0, try to make it 0 first. I can first of all subtract 4x squared from both sides. On the right side, positive 4x squared and negative 4x squared can cancel. On the left side, 5x squared minus 4x squared is 1x squared. And 1x squared is the same as x squared. If the leading coefficient is 1, we don't write 1. 1x squared is the same as s squared. 36 stays the same. Then on the right side, since 4x squared can cancel, 12x stays the same. Next, I try to make the right side 0, so I can subtract 12x from both sides. On the left side, 12x and minus 12x get cancel, we get 0 on the right side. On the left side, try to combine like terms first. If nothing can be combined, put in descending order. Then try to combine like term, then try to factor this trinomial. This is a trinomial with no leading coefficient, so I can split x squared, write it as x times x. Next, try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 36, add to be negative 12. For 36, we know 6 plus 6 is 12, but I want to get negative 12, so I make negative 6 times negative 6. Negative 6 times negative 6 is positive 36, and negative 6 plus negative 6 is negative 12. Put these two numbers in the parentheses. Then, after we factor, set each part equal to 0. After I factor, set each part equal to 0. Set both parts equal to 0. x minus 6 equal to 0, and another x minus 6 equal to 0. Solve from the first equation, I can add 6 to both sides. On the left side, negative 6 and positive 6 can cancel, we get x by itself. On the right side, 0 plus 6 is 6. For the other equation, do the same thing. I can add 6 to both sides. On the left side, negative 6 and positive 6 can cancel, we get x by itself. On the right side, 0 plus 6 is 6. Now here, if both solutions look exactly the same, there's only one solution. We have only one solution, s equal to 6. If both of them look exactly the same, that means there's only one solution, s equal to 6. If two solutions look exactly the same, we already consider there's only one solution. If two solutions look exactly the same, we already consider there's only one solution. Number 13. T times t plus 3 equal to 10. If there's parentheses, we distribute first. T times t is t squared. T times 3 is 3t equal to 10. If the right side is not 0, we try to make it 0 first. Subtract 10 from both sides. T squared plus 3t minus 10 on the right side. Positive 10, negative 10 can cancel, we get 0 on the right side. Next, we try to factor. Once I make the right side 0, we try to factor. This is a trinomial with no leading coefficient. We can draw two parentheses. Split t squared. I can make t of each parenthesis. Next, try to find two numbers that may multiply to be 10. Add to be positive 3. Try to find two numbers that may multiply to be negative 10. So they multiply to be negative 10. Add to be positive 3. We can try 5 and 2. But we want to get positive 3 here. We know 5 minus 2 is 3. How do I make positive 3? We can try positive 5, negative 2. Positive 5 plus negative 2 is positive 3. And positive 5 times negative 2 is negative 10. Put these two numbers in the parentheses. Positive 5 minus 2. Then we have two functions multiplied to be 0. Once we have two functions multiplied to be 0, set each of them equal to 0. Once we have two functions equal to 0, set each of them equal to 0. Then solve each of them individually. On the first equation, I subtract 5 from both sides. I get t equal to negative 5. For the second equation, I add 2 to both sides. I have t equal to 2. So there are two solutions. The t equal to negative 5 or t equal to 2. There are two solutions. t equal to negative 5 and t equal to 2. Next example, 2x times x plus 7 equal to negative 24. So again, when there's parentheses, distribute first. When there's parentheses, distribute first. 2x times x is 2x squared. 2x times 7 is 14x equal to negative 24. Now, when the right side is not 0, we try to make it 0 first. So here I can add 24 to both sides. If I add 24 to both sides, on the right side, positive 24 and negative 24 get cancelled. You get 0 on the right side. On the left side, we try to combine like terms. But if there's no like term to be combined, put everything in descending order. Put everything in descending order. Descending order means the term with higher power comes first. Descending order means the term with higher power comes first. Next, try to factor this trinomial. When we're doing factoring, in the first step, if possible, always try to take out the greatest common factor. Always try to take out the greatest common factor. For this return, do we have any common factor? It looks like 2 is a common factor. 2 divides all three numbers. If I factor 2 out, 2 divided by 2 is 1. X squared stays the same. 14 divided by 2 is 7. X stays the same. 24 divided by 2 is 12. Now for 1x squared, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1 in general. For 1x squared, if the coefficient is 1, we don't write 1 in general. Now we have a trinomial. Now we have a trinomial with no leading coefficient. Now we have a trinomial with no leading coefficient. I can draw two parentheses. Split x squared. Split x squared. Put it in the parentheses. Then try to find a number. Try to find two numbers. They multiply to be 12. Add to be 7. Try to find two numbers that they multiply to be 12. Add to be 7. The only possibility is 3 and 4. Positive 3 and positive 4. Positive 3 plus positive 4 is positive 7. And positive 3 times positive 4 is positive 12. So put these two numbers in the parentheses. We have positive 3 and positive 4. Bring number 2 down. Bring number 2 down. Now we have two functions multiplied to be 0. Number 2, this part doesn't have an x, so it doesn't matter. Number 2 doesn't contain x, it doesn't matter. Yes, it won't be any solution from here. Set these two parts equal to 0. This two part contains x. Set these two parts equal to 0. We have x plus 3 equal to 0. X plus 4 equal to 0. Then for the first equation, I can subtract 3 from both sides. I get x equal to negative 3. For the second equation, I can subtract 4 from both sides. So I get s equal to negative 4. That means there are two solutions. There are two solutions. S equal to negative 3 or s equal to negative 4. There are two solutions. Number 15. Y plus 3 times y minus 2 equal to 14. For number 15, here the right side is not 0. If the right side is 0, as our first example, if the right side is 0, then we are done. I can separate it, make each of them equal to 0. If the right side is 0, I can separate it, make each of them equal to 0. But if the right side is not 0, it will be much more complicated. we can separate it. If the right side is not 0, we can separate it. It'll be much more complicated. So if the right side is not 0, we need to simplify left side first. Simplify left side first. First of all, distribute. Multiply y. Distribute y first. Multiply y to each term in the second parenthesis. And then distribute 3. Multiply 3 to each term in the second parenthesis. We have y squared minus 2y. Y times y is y squared. Y times -2 is -2y. Then distribute 3. 3 times y is 3y. 3 times -2 is -6, equal to 14. Next, we try to combine like term on the left side. -2y plus 3y. -2y plus 3y. Try to combine like term. When we combine like term, follow addition rule. When we're adding two numbers with different sign, keeping the sign from the number that has larger magnitude. Here 3 has larger magnitude, so I keep positive sign. Then subtract the magnitude. Subtract the magnitude. 3 minus 2 is 1. 3 minus 2 is 1. Y stays the same. Like term is y. Y stays the same. Minus 6 equal to 14. Next, we try to make the right side 0. Simplify left side completely, then try to make the right side 0. I subtract 14 from both sides. If I subtract 14 from both sides, right side will be 0. Positive 14, negative 14 get cancelled. On the left side, try to combine like terms. -6 plus -14. When we are adding two numbers with the same sign, keep the sign, add the magnitude. 6 plus 14 is 20. But when two numbers have the same sign, keep the sign, add the magnitude. 6 plus 14 is 20. Then leave the rest the same. Y squared plus 1y. Next, we try to factor. This is a trinomial. Once I make the right side 0, I can try to factor. This is a trinomial with no leading coefficient. I can split y squared, make y times y, put y in both parentheses. Split y squared, put 1y on each parenthesis. Then I try to find two numbers that multiply to be -20, add to be +1. I try to find two numbers that multiply to be -20, add to be +1. For 20, we can try 4 times 5. Since I try to get +1 here, I can try to use -4 and +5. -4 plus +5 is +1. And when I multiply, -4 times +5 is -20. -4 times +5 is -20. So there are two solutions. So there are two functions multiply to be 0. I have y minus 4 equal to 0 and y plus 4 equal to 0. For the first equation, I can add 4 to both sides. I get y equal to 4. For the second equation, I can subtract 5 from both sides. I get y equal to -5. So there are two solutions, y equal to 4 or y equal to -5. There are two solutions, y equal to 4 or y equal to -5. Next example, t minus 5 times t plus 2 equal to 18. So when the right side is not 0, we need to multiply left side out. Otherwise we are done. If the right side is 0, we are done. But here, since the right side is not 0, we need to multiply left side out. We need to simplify left side first, then make the right side equal to 0. Let's multiply left side first. Distribute t into the parentheses. Then distribute -5 into the second parentheses. T times t is t squared. T times 2 is 2t. Distribute -5. -5 times t is -5t. -5 times 2 is -10. equal to 18. Negative 5 times 2 is negative 10. Then simplify left side completely. On the left side, I can try to combine like terms. I have t squared 2t, positive 2t plus negative 5t. When we are adding two terms with different sign, keeping the sign from the term that has larger magnitude. Here you can see that negative 5 has larger magnitude, so keep negative sign. Subtract the magnitude. 5 minus 2 is 3. Like term is t stays the same. Then leave number 10, leave negative 10 the same, equal to 18. Next, we try to make right side 0. So I can subtract 18 from both sides. On the right side, positive 18 and negative 18 get cancelled, we get 0. On the left side, we have negative 10 and negative 18. When we are adding two numbers with the same sign, keeping the sign, add the magnitude. 10 plus 18 is 28. Then leave the rest the same. T squared minus 3t stays the same. Next, we try to factor. Once I make right side 0, I can try to factor left side. This is a trinomial with no leading coefficient. So I can draw two parentheses. 3t squared, put 1t on each parenthesis. Then I try to find two numbers that may multiply to be negative 28 and add to be negative 3. I try to find two numbers that may multiply to be negative 28 and add to be negative 3. For 28 we can try 4 and 7. 7 minus 4 is 3, but we want to get negative 3 here. So I can make positive 4, negative 7. Positive 4 plus negative 7 is negative 3. Positive 4 times negative 7 is negative 28. So put these two numbers in the parentheses. Positive 4, negative 7. Then, after factoring, we have two functions multiplied to be 0. I can separate now. Set each of them equal to 0. T plus 4 equal to 0. T minus 7 equal to 0. In the first equation, I can subtract 4 from both sides. I have t equal to negative 4. In the second equation, I can add 7 to both sides. I get t equal to 7. So here we have two solutions. T equal to negative 4 or t equal to 7.